who is the executive secretary of SADC. And then, of course, extending further from there, we'll be seeing the welcome statement from the incoming SADC chairperson, His Excellency Dr. Emerson Mnangagwa, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, and, of course, the host of the 44th Summit. Still extending from there, Fari, also appreciating that we'll be seeing a whole host of different heads.
My name is Matthew Chiro. I'm here as a farmer. Kurima center. Ndokati watibatsiro takaona nemesisi. Uye wakazotibatsirawo nemabhiso fertilizers. Ukatipo compound D uyewo neAN. Chibage chedu chasimuka zvakanakawo. Other stage ratakazoshandisa AN. Chibage chedu chasimuka zvakanaka. Uye tiutarisirawo kuti tinge tine high grade. Kurima kune mari uye kurima center inotigonera.
Welizwe uzabe qhuba inhlelo zokuthuthukisa amazwe lomkhono weSADC njalo sikhangelele ukuthi alondoloze njalo ukuthula emazweni akuSADC.
Yeah, certainly. And we'll now be crossing over live to Mount Hampton, where we're joined by Wadzanai Mombera, who'll be giving us an update on the engagements taking place from there. Wadzanai, over to you.
Waita basa farai ichokwadi zuva riye rasvika remusi wa17 August zuva ranga rakamirirwa nemunhu wese muZimbabwe kunyange nemudunhu reSADC zuva re44th SADC Heads of State and Government Summit. Tinokuchingamidzai tiri kuno kuNew Parliament Building kuMount Hampton kunova ndokwazviri kuitikira nhasi uno zuva rose tenge tikupai zvinenge zvichiitika kuno apo vatungamiriri venyika dzemudunhu reSADC vari kusangana pamusangano unoitwa gore rega rega panokurukurwa nyaya dzekubudirira kweSADC, nyaya dzingange dziri kunetsa dzichitariswa kunzi dzingagadziriswa sei. So ini ndonzi Wadzanai Mombera, handisi kufamba nega, ndine mumwe wangu Butler patange tikupaika zvekuitika kuno kuNew Parliament Building. Butler, 17 August wasvika, watataura nezvake kwemasvondo akakuti kuti.
I've always said that what a time to be alive. Indeed, the 44th SADC Summit in the day is finally here. We're live at Parliament Building, the new Parliament Building, bringing you, of course, exclusive coverage of what is taking place here. There's been a great deal of activity that has taken place ahead of the hosting of the SADC Summit here in Harare. And we have seen guests already arriving, Wadzanai. Everything looks set to what promises to be an exciting summit.
Ndimkotolele Butler ukuthi siboneke abaqhakathekileyo befika kuhlanganisela laba abakhokheli bamazwe onke SADC abaningi bakhona sebelapha belanda ke umhlangano lo oqhakathekileyo lilanga eliqhakathekileyo wonke umuntu ofanele abe lapha siyabona befika bengena belungiselela umhlangano oqhutshwa minyaka yonke kodwa ke lo nyaka ka2024 iZimbabwe iyanikezwa ithuba lokuthi ilungiselele umhlangano. Siyazi ukuthi ke Butler kulomhlangano namhlanje kwesizabona khona umongameli uComrade Emerson Mnangagwa enikezwa ke isikhundla sokuba ngumgcini sihlalo walinhlanganiso yeSADC okwenyanga ezilithumi ezilandelayo Butler.
Absolutely. And of course, remember that the Southern African Development Community is responsible for overall policy direction and control functions of the community, ultimately making it the policy-making institution of SADC. So that is the importance that SADC brings, and the taking over of the chairpersonship by Zimbabwe becomes integral at a time when Zimbabwe is also gravitating towards a Vision 2030, which hinges on the industrialization agenda, which has always been the talking point in SADC. This is a continuation of what happened at the 43rd summit that was hosted by Luanda, that is in Angola. And Wadzanai, when you look at the theme of this particular SADC summit, promoting innovation to unlock opportunities for sustained economic growth and development towards an industrialized SADC, it brings impetus on the need for all SADC member states to play their part in the industrialization of the region.
Ichokwadi Butler chimwe chandifaza ndichokuti dingindira regore rino remusangano weSADC rinofambirana nezviri kuitika muZimbabwe nezvisungo zviri kuitwa nehurumende yeSecond Republic, nyaya dzekuti maindastry asimuke, nyaya dzekuti upfumi budiriro yeupfumi inyaya dzatinoziva kuti dziri kutaurwa nezvadzo muZimbabwe kunyange kumaruwa yavari kuti rural industrialization iri kuitwa nehurumende inotungamirwa naComrade Emerson Mnangagwa, zvichireva kuti zviri kuitika muzimbabwe zviri kubva zvaenderana nezviri kutarisirwa nedunhu rese kuti dunhu remusadc rinofanira kuti upfumi hwaro hunge hwava maoko evanhu vemusadc. Ndakanzwa kunyange Butler vachisvika, mutungamiri wenyika yekumalawi Dr. Lazarus Chakwera vachitaura kuti tofanira kuti tisimudzire kudyidzana mune zveupfumi tega senyika dzemuafrica nadzemusadc tisati taenda kune dzimwe nyika, zvichireva kuti utungamiri hwemusadc hune kakufambirana panyaya dzekuti budiriro yemusadc inofanira kuti iitwe nevanhu vemusadc. Totarisa ndo dzimwe nyaya dzichange dzichikurukurwa muzuva ranhasi Butler. Asi Butler tingade kudzokera zvakare kutarisa kuti nezuro kwaiva nesadc organ
We are Kurima Center, and we say Kurima Kunemari. We provide you with a wide range of agricultural products, your crop chemicals, your vet products, your seed, fertilizers, stock feed, and day-old chicks. We also provide you with hardware, which includes cement and plumbing. We are found across the nation, from Bindura, Masasa, Mbare, Chegutu, Chinoi, and Karoi. Come and shop at your one-stop shop, Kurima Center, Kurima Kunemari.
Welcome back to this special live broadcast of the 44th SADC Summit, and we will be giving you more updates from Mount Hampton, where Wadzanai and Butler are currently engaging with the arrivals of various heads of state and dignitaries for the proceedings that will be taking place during the course of the day. Interesting sentiments that were being shared there, Farai, around the industrialization drive and how His Excellency looks towards imploring the same extension towards the region of SADC.
Uqinisile Farai, sibona ukuthi konke okukhulunywa inhlanganiso yeSADC iZimbabwe isiphambili kakhulu. Sikhangela indaba bathi i-mechanization, ukusetshenziswa kwemishini yakulezi insuku ikakhulu kuhlangothi lwezokulima. iZimbabwe isikhuthazi abalimi ukuthi bathathe imishini yakulezi insuku basebenzise njalo bathathe ukulima njengebhizinisi. Yikho okukhulunywa nge-industrialization, njalo sikhuluma nge-value addition, ukulolongwa kwempahla ezitholakala kuleli. Yikho kuyenzwa iZimbabwe. Ngakho ke iZimbabwe ngaba umgcini sihlalo waliSADC, yona vele isiqalile ukwenza inhlelo ezitshiyeneyo ezihambelana lezinqumo zalihlanganiso.
Most certainly, and also looking at the industrialization drive, speaking to some of the added benefits within the areas of mining and agriculture. Those key areas are also seeing a lot of development in terms of value chain contribution towards national development, and also speaking towards a vision at 2030 where Zimbabwe looks to becoming a middle to upper income society, and also being able to complement a vision 2050 that extends to climate mitigation, coming up with the climate management bill level, and then also extending to also adopting Article 6 of the Paris Climate Agreement, rather, that also seeks towards being able to fall into alignment. I think Zimbabwe would fall into one of 4 countries in being able to ensure that it contributes towards global climate mitigation.
Yeah, sisakhuluma njalo ukuguquka komumo omkhathi sibona ukuthi iZimbabwe isiyenze inhlelo isisungule inhlelo ezitshiyeneyo ezivalisela ipfumvunza intwasa njalo futhi umongameli welizwe kanye lokhulumende wesibili usekhuthaza ukuthi abalimi bangakhangeleli kakhulu ekulimeni kodwa bakhangele ukufuya inkomo imbuzi ikho sibona ama-presidential goat scheme okuyinto esithuthukise abanengi ngoba lo nyaka bekuyi El Nino ihlasela abantu abanengi so ukufuya kwenyamazana kungeyinye indlela yokulima ekhuthazwa abalimi ukuthi bayithathe khathesi.
Right, and also appreciating the effects of the El Nino-induced drought there, Farai. One can't help but also seeing how the relations between nation states within SADC, especially the significant role that we need to see addressed of security within the region, concerns having come up with the northern Mozambique, with the Cabo Delgado, and then also extending to instability within the DRC. However, Zimbabwe also contributing towards ensuring that it does complement the SADC security bloc. I'm also looking forward to hearing how the transition, of course, into chairmanship to Zimbabwe will then also speak to how a forward position of consolidating security within the region would be adopted. But it's also interesting to note that the chairmanship would last for the period of 1 year, and there'll be a lot of issues that will be addressed going forward.
Sikhangela ukuthi kuzaba inyanga umnyaka wonke umgcini sihlalo engu-Dr. Emmerson Mnangagwa, but ngibona ukuqhutshwa kwemhlangano weSADC kulizwanjo sokuyenze ukuthi ilizwe lethu libe kubanga laphezulu ngoba sokutshengise abantu baphandle kwamazwe ukuthi iZimbabwe ime kanjani. iZimbabwe injani iyakwanisa ukuyenza ukuqhuba imhlangano enjengeSADC isiyenelisa ukuqhuba umhlangano weSADC njalo sesibone okuningi sesibone ukuqhutshwa kwamabhizinisi kuleli sesibone izinto ezichiyeneyo sikhuluma njalo futhi ngenhlelo zentuthuko sikhangela imfundo yakuleli umongameli welizwe kanye lokhulumende wesibili wayehlezi esefake i-education 5.0 model ehambelana lendikimba yakule yenhlanganiso yeSADC eqhutshwa lo nyaka.
Seriously, heritage-based learning also being a key part of tying themselves into an ideological position of addressing a SADC progression. I think in some of the talks that we had yesterday with a few of our guests in studio, highlighting, of course, the importance of the generational gap being filled, rather, and ensuring that the younger generation also understands the ideological imposition of SADC member states, converging from conference level, engaging towards treaty level, and then from there now being able to ensure that industrial and economic development is spearheaded throughout the region. And a lot of these positions having been brought forward speak to the vision of the SADC heads of state in the address that we're looking forward to today from the chairship of His Excellency the President Emmerson Mnangagwa.
Sibona njalo futhi ukuthi izinqumo ezichiyeneyo zihambelana lo mbono ka Vision 2030 okhuluma ke uthi abasakhulayo kumele baphatheke kunhlelo zentuthuko sibone izolo Olindori when we besiba le interview laphana lo Bakla airport ukhulume ukuthi kuyakhuthazwa nje ukuthi abasakhulayo baphatheke kunhlelo yikho sikhuluma ngokusekelwa kwemicabango emitsha ngoba laba basasuke ba-collegian bayakhuthazwa nje ukuthi bathathe khona lokhu ulwazi abanalo basebenzise ukuthi bathole izinqumo kumbe bathole indlela ezingaxazulula indubo ezihlangana lozulu kuleli.
Well, certainly. And on that particular note, we will take a very short break, but ensure that you do keep engaging with us, especially on our social media platforms at ZBC News Online. Send us your questions, your comments, and your contributions. When we come back, we'll be also giving you more updates from Mount Hampton as the 44th SADC Summit Heads of State commences. Stay tuned. We'll be right back with more.
Program has been brought to you by Masimba Holdings.
Masimba Group has positioned itself as a leader in the isolation of Zimbabwe in the SADC region. Masimba Group has been there for the past 70 years, leading almost to 75 in the next 2 years. Masimba Group is the chairpersons of the big five or the 5 contractors which have been shortlisted, appointed, and are working on the Harare-Chirundu corridor, advocating for adaptation of innovative ideas, advocating for local regional contractors to be actively participatory in works which are done in the region and equally in their countries to ensure, number one, locals, regionals are employed, empowered, entrusted to ensure that development, innovation, and growth in their respective countries. So as Masimba, I think first thing first is we wouldn't be Masimba, a brand to reckon with, without taking cognizance of government having equipped us. And that has given Masimba a leverage through our research and development when we are procuring high-end equipment, and also an ambitious and aggressive position where we have reverse integrated the processing and supply of our aggregates through buying the best equipment for highway construction. And that has given us an edge and the best product, and also guaranteeing that our product which we are giving to the end user sufficiently works on the 25 plus years of which it has been designed to meet, and we put an extra 5 years to, as Masimba, to complement that we are doing the product to the right spec. Currently earmarking to be active in Mozambique, active in Zambia, and also in Botswana. As Masimba, one of our major contribution to the region is the provision of major capital infrastructure on the mining line, on the property development, on the rail, on power and energy. So we are advocating through this initiative by SADC that can't we co-join and make sure that construction of heavy-duty multi-billion-dollar contracts can be preferred and done through SADC, through us as competitive contractors in the region. We have an aggressive and robust downstream integration of our suppliers. We ensure that they are either lead certified or they are going green as a way of mitigating us affecting the environment. Our mantra as Masimba is always and will always be excellence delivered, and we would want that excellence delivered to be part of the whole supply chain by way of conforming to statutories and ensuring our health and our environment is taken care of for generations to come.
This program was brought to you by Masimba Holdings.
Oh yeah, Joyisa mawoko mambo, Joyisa mawoko changamire, Joyisa mawoko muroshi, Joyisa mawoko changamire, Joyisa mawoko mambo, Joyisa mawoko changamire, Joyisa mawoko muroshi, Joyisa mawoko changamire, Joyisa mawoko sinyor, Joyisa mawoko changamire, Joyisa mawoko chinchanja, Joyisa mawoko changamire, Joyisa mawoko netongo, Joyisa mawoko changamire, Joyisa mawoko tumbari, Joyisa mawoko changamire, Joyisa mawoko mofemko Joyisa mawoko changamire, Joyisa mawoko sekemtema, Joyisa mawoko changamire, Joyisa mawoko mambo, Joyisa mawoko changamire.
Say hello to seamless transactions and effortless convenience with the new Inbox Swipe card. Swipe, tap, pay, and go with confidence anywhere in Zimbabwe. Sign up for your Inbox Swipe card at any Inbox booth nationwide today. Have you registered for Inbox yet? If not, dial *569# or download the Inbox app and redefine the way you bank. Terms and conditions apply.
A very warm welcome to you once again, and thank you so much for staying with us on this live broadcast of the 44th SADC Summit. We're, of course, looking forward to the chairmanship being handed over to Zimbabwe during the course of the day. And, of course, His Excellency, the President, Comrade Emerson Mnangagwa, will be taking on the chairship of the region. Aptly joined by Farai Mungazi and P.C. Shobnik on the sign language desk, and looking forward to some of our coverage during the course of the day.
Nxa lisanda kuxhumana nathi silapha namhla umhlangano we-44th SADC Summit lapho sikhangelele ukuthi umongameli uDr Emerson Mnangagwa uzathatha wamgcina sihlalo wenhlanganiso ye-SADC. Sisakhona apho ku-SADC amazwe aku-SADC abalisela i-Angola, Botswana, DRC, Eswatini, Lesotho, Mozambique, Malawi, Madagascar, Comoros, Namibia, Tanzania, Seychelles, South Africa, Mauritius, Zambia, Zimbabwe. Umongameli balamazwe bakhangelele ukuthi bafike Mount Hampton lapho uzaqhutshwa khona umhlangano wokuthi siphe isixoxo sokuthi umongameli welizwe uDr Emerson Mnangagwa abe umgcini sihlalo we-SADC.
Yeah, and it's interesting when you're highlighting the different countries and the significance of a transition of the Kingdom of Eswatini. Also understanding that the arrival of representatives is still expected during the course of the day, but I know that Butler and Wadzanai will be able to give us those updates all the way from Mount Hampton. And we've also had quite a few engagements that have taken place during the course of the SADC period, with the Industrialization Week being an integral part that Zimbabwe had spearheaded as an initiative all the way from 2014, having presented that to the SADC body as a direction that the regional body should endeavor to be able to address. And speaking to some of the developments that also align to the sideline engagements, rather, that align to that, being at the SADC Youth Forum, where young people managed to come and make their recommendations to SADC. A key area, Farai, that did come up from some of the young contributors was around young people in digital spaces. We find ourselves in an ever-evolving world, especially with information communication technology, and ensuring the rights and the protection of young people in those spaces was a concern that was raised.
Ya uqinisile Farai, sibona ukuthi khathesi kukhuthazwa ukusetshenziswa kwemishini yakulezi insuku. Yikho umongameli welizwe uComrade Emerson Mnangagwa lohulumende wesibili sebeyenelise ukuthi bathuthukise ikakhulu izikole ezisemaphandleni ukuthi bakwanise labo ukusebenzisa imishini yakulezi insuku, ngoba i-Education for 5.0 model le ibalisela njalo ukusetshenziswa kwemishini yakulezi insuku.
Yeah, and also extending from the Education of 5.0 model, another area that did come up was the involvement of young women in regional spaces, also them contributing towards leadership roles, but at the same time also giving their contributions in terms of some of the policies and initiatives that the regional body may develop, and having their voice being heard in those sorts of spaces.
Ya ukuthuthukiswa kwabesifazane kuqhakathekile kakhulu, ukuphiwa inotho amandla onotho kwabesifazane kuqhakathekile. Siyabona kulenhlelo ezitshiyeneyo eziqhutshwayo, lihlandla le Women's League sebenelise ukuthuthukisa abesifazane, ngoba kulaba besifazane futhi abaseqhubha inhlelo zokukhokhela nxa sikhangela indaba zezombusazwe.
And then also extending to the current theme that SADC is adopted, which is promotion of innovation, unlocking opportunities for sustained economic growth and development towards an industrialized SADC. Now, this being a key contributor towards the current trajectory that the Southern African Development Community is taking in ensuring that it does foster its direction of alignment to our Vision 2050 for the region, but also at the same time imploring Zimbabwe's national development strategy of a Vision 2030, which seeks to become a middle to upper income society. Then also looking at some of the expected program lineups for today, outside of course, the main area we'll be looking forward to, which is the SADC chairmanship being taken over by His Excellency. Quite a few speeches would be held prior to that. Of course, seeing those who have currently thronged Mount Hampton and being able to also contribute to some of the arts and entertainment taking place there. You can see that the Zimbabwe National Print, which has been finding its way through the purviews of many fora in the country and has been adopted by many as being a key symbol and signifier of a heritage within the people of Zimbabwe.
Esikhuluma ngalokho ngendaba ze ilembu lesizwe sibone izolo kuqhutshwe i-culture night and uyabona abantu abavela kwamanye amazwe sebezwisisa ukuthi amaZimbabwenze kuyini lathi silelembu elibiza thina elimelele thina. And kuyinto enhle yona le.
I couldn't agree with you anymore, especially around the importance of actually having a national fabric that identifies who we are as a collective. But also at the same time, we can't help but acknowledge, Farai, that the SADC collective in itself having adopted an anthem. I think that's also another area that we might want to see pushed within our schools, amongst the young people, and be able to make sure that at least within various times of the year, we all acknowledge the anthem for SADC.
Ya uqinisele sikhathe sibona ukuthi izinqumo zonke ezikuhlanganiso yeSADC zihambelana lezi nqumo ze-NDS1 iZimbabwe iphambili sisiphambili ngakho konke khona lokhu inhlelo eziningi sezisungulwe zahanjiswa ebantwini. So ngibone izolo sibona i-video ka-display ka-Kekli abantu bebuzwa ngendaba ze-SADC kutshengisa ukuthi hayi uZulu uphakathi la uyakwazi ukuthi kwenzakalani kuyini iSADC kwenzakalani. So kuqhakathekile and sibonga imhlangano eqhutshwe ngemuva isiyenelise ukulima kwesiZulu ukuthi azwisise ukuthi iSADC kuyini.
Yeah, most definitely. And also extending that to our social media platforms. I will also going through quite a few of the contributions and the comments that you will be making there. Quite a few solidarity and endorsement messages to His Excellency taking on the chairship. And I'm also understanding that there are quite a few organizations in and around the country who will be having small celebrations for today in alignment of Zimbabwe taking its chairship. But this very important transition for SADC in terms of being able to have an incumbent chair extend the role and function of the organ within the next period is integral to the direction of the region's positions. And currently we see industrialization and innovation being a key area of focus.
Khathesi sibona ukuthi vele ukusekelwa kwemicabango emitsha yikho sokuqhakathekileyo. Sibuya nxa bathi ngesilungu bathi artificial intelligence isithethe over. So kumele ukuthi khathesi abantu basebenzise imicabango yabo ukuthi balethe into ezitsha bacabange kutsha.
AI. I'd love to appreciate some of the concerns that some people raise around the AI taking over and a few of the conspiracy theories, but it definitely is a new innovation that we've adopted and adopted pretty well, wouldn't you say, Fari?
Akhathesi abantwana abasesikole ema-collegian sebefundela abafundi ukuthi bayesebenza emahofisini sebefundela ukuthi balungise izinto baxazulule inkinga ezitholakalayo.
Yeah, definitely speaking towards the fourth industrial revolution, a key area that, of course, SADC seems to also want to align itself to going forward. It's also important to be able to align a lot of the regional agendas towards the continental body, that being the African Union. We're also expecting representatives of the AU to also be part of this transition because a lot of the policy positions in terms of being able to ensure regional integration, but at the same time continental continental progression are adopted and extended to the African Union. Another area that has come up is concerns around children who grow up without parents or guardians. That's a key area that the African Union has considered to be able to also bring together. However, we will take a short break, and we'll be giving you more updates right here on ZBC TV. Ensure that you keep engaging with us on our social media platforms at ZBC News Online. Stay tuned. We'll be right back with more.
This month, delegates gather for another SADC summit here in Harare, Zimbabwe. Following the footsteps of our founding fathers, the regional leaders, visionaries who paved the way for cooperation and development. Now I am Kurtley Gwendi, and I welcome you to the story of the SADC founding fathers, a group of individuals who have shaped the craft, chart, and art of African history, bringing together their remarkable leadership skills and visionary power. We take a look at their contributions as well as the lives they have changed through their stories. Now, as the regional summit draws to a close, we honor, celebrate, and salute the lives of these founding fathers and their immense contributions. Julius Nyerere, Tanzania's first president, was a key member of the formation of SADC, and of course, a proponent of African socialism and unity. He played a role with regards to Tanzania's independence itself, and was the first host in 1980 of the SADC summit.
Some of the problems we are now handling in Africa, some of the mess we're trying to clean up in the continent, we have inherited. The mess of the borders we have inherited.
Kenneth Kaunda, Zambia's first president, was also a SADC founding member. He played a vital role with regards to Zambia's independence and also was key with regards to the African liberation movement.
God is hearing me. I can never sell out Africa. Never. Not me. Not these boys here. Not these girls here. We are men and women of principle. We have done all these things in search of peace, but it has to be genuine peace, based on sincere, genuine majority rule. Anything else, you can kill us. Zambians will be born out of our blood, will continue to fight.
Now on to Robert Mugabe, Zimbabwe's first president, who was also very vital with regards to regional cooperation as well as economic development. He also served as the SADC chairman and also did it very well.
Carrington wanted us to decide on our own that no, we had had enough, we won't agree with this and we'll quit. But no, we knew that strategy.
Samora Machel, who was Mozambique's first president, played a key role with regards to ensuring that regional policies were maintained. He was also a founding member of the SADC.
Colonialismo é crime contra a humanidade.
Colonialism is a crime against humanity.
Não há colonialismo humano.
There is no humane colonialism.
Não há colonialismo democrático.
There is no democratic colonialism.
Não há colonialismo não explorador.
There is no non-exploitive colonialism.
Seretse Khama, Botswana's first president, remains an inspiration in the upper echelons of making sure that cooperation and regional policies were maintained as a founding father of the SADC.
I wish to say that I'm sadly disappointed with the undemocratic decision of the British government in exiling me from my country. Before I left my home, I was given an assurance by the British representatives there that I would be allowed to return. The worst I expected after the judicial inquiry was that I would be officially recognized as chief, but with a gradual adoption of council assistance. The step now taken will lead to the disintegration of the tribe and will have serious repercussions in the African continent and throughout the colored world. I'm sure the British public and all right-thinking people will not tolerate such injustice. To me, and more grievously, to my suffering people who have always been loyal to the British Crown and believed in British justice.
Hastings Kamuzu Banda, Malawi's founding father, as well as a first president. He did play a very vital role with regards to the formation of SADC. At the same time, he promoted regional cooperation and ensuring issues were addressed within the region and ensuring that Malawi stands strong as an independent nation.
Will you walk out of this conference every time you hear something you don't like?
Make your own inference. You think I'm here? I told you when I came here that I came here only because of Mr. MacLeod. And the minute I see that the whole thing is just repeating the same trash, all trash about economics and social this and that, do you think I have time to waste here? My people want me home. Do you understand me? Right now, they want me back home in Nyasaland. Much more important things to do than listen to trash like that.
Now, King Sobhuza II of Swaziland played a key role with regards to peacekeeping and ensuring that many nations that experience conflicts amongst each other had their issues resolved. Another founding father who left a lasting legacy. Now on to Agostinho Neto, who was a founding father of the SADC, the first president of Angola, who used his very critical diplomatic skills to ensure that backgrounds and interests of separate countries were brought together into one voice. Now King Moshoeshoe II, the King of Swaziland, a founding father of the SADC, who ensured that there was regional cooperation and also ensured that his diplomatic skills were applied in the times of traditions, values and interests that were all put together to make the SADC.
A special live broadcast of the 44th SADC Summit currently taking place in Mount Hampton. And of course, the expectation of today will be the chairship of Zimbabwe for the regional body, taken over by His Excellency President Comrade Emerson Mnangagwa. And to also help me appreciate and unpack a bit more of the expectations that will come out of Zimbabwe taking on this chairship, I'm joined in studio by Mr. Elton Ziki. Thank you so much for joining us here today. Looking forward to our discussion. Maybe we could start off by looking at the significance of Zimbabwe taking on a chairship of the SADC region.
Thank you. I think the most significant element in the assumption by His Excellency Comrade Mnangagwa to the chairmanship of SADC is that his leadership credentials have been a testament in terms of the development that has taken place in the breathtaking manner in Zimbabwe that can also be rubbed off through the SADC region. And when there is this consensus in terms of cohesion by the 16 nation member bloc SADC, to realize that at assumption of each chairmanship, each chairman brings certain credentials, right, certain experiences, certain leadership traits and characteristics. And His Excellency's one major plank and benchmark is that has seen deliverables taking place where tangible upliftment of the people's lives in terms of the quality, which really is in tandem and in sync with the SADC treaty in terms of the protocols that SADC has set itself out through its institutions and organs that are a structure of SADC. You would want to see that in terms of the vision and mission of the Southern African Development Community. One major major issues are to do with the upliftment of the standards of livelihood of the peoples of Southern Africa. You would also want to see that as a result of that, SADC
at the same time also speaking to the extension of leadership roles that a SADC presidents that SADC presidents play in the extension of the roles that SADC finds itself in. Maybe you could also expand a bit more on that particular area, Mr. Ziki, on how the legacy of a SADC also speaks to the leadership that comes from the different member states.
Yes, what is important is that SADC has always been alive to the time and space that it exists ever since its inception. From the early days of the culmination of the frontline states, which originally started as a Mulungushi club of 4, including Uganda, DRC, Botswana, and Zambia. They're progressing to the frontline states, and then the adoption of the Malawi Declaration and also the Windhoek Declaration, as well as the Gaborone Declaration at the formation in 1979 and the full transformation in 1980. Therefore having SADC. And you'll see that these presidents at that time were advocating for political independence, which also was synonymous with the protracted struggles of the Southern Africa as a homogeneous entity in terms of its geographical location.
I'm glad that you do bring up the political independence component and how SADC member states also aligned themselves towards that collective position. However, we'll also be crossing over to Mount Hampton, where we're looking forward to be hearing on the arrival of various dignitaries, but at the same time, the program that will be taking place from there, where we're joined by Wadzanai and Butler, will be giving us the up-down. Let's cross over and have a listen in from Mount Hampton. As you can appreciate, of course,
from our Parliament building, the new Parliament building. Always like to emphasize that. And we are seeing the arrival of the heads of state ahead of the summit. And of course, we've already seen several dignitaries coming through.
Chokwadi Butler taona vari kuuya kumusangano uno weSADC vakawanda vatopinda vatosvika pano pa new parliament building ku Mount Hampton, uye taona vatungamiri venyika vakasiyana-siyana vari kusvika pano pa parliament building. Taona mutungamiri wenyika weMadagascar His Excellency Henry Rajolina vasvika zvakare vapinda mukati muno. Taona zvakare President weTanzania Butler Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan vapindawo zvakare. Taona President veku-DRC Dr. Felix Tshisekedi ndo vamwe vasvika. Tiri kuona zvakare President veku-Mozambique vachisvikawo zvakare pano Butler. So vatungamiri venyika vatanga kupinda kusvika kuitira kuti basa ritange kutanga Butler.
Indeed, wasn't I? I've also seen the outgoing chairperson of SADC, that is President João Lourenço of Angola, also making his way. And outside of that as well, I remember just earlier on, we also saw the two vice presidents of the Republic of Zimbabwe also making their way and being received here for this very important occasion.
Limqotho lelo Butler ukuthi abasekeli bakamongameli welizwe ababili uGeneral Retired Dr. Continental Chiwenga lo Colonel Retired KCD Mohat laba bakhona lapha Butler kumhlangano lo we-44th SADC Heads of State and Government Summit. Butler sibone njalo ekuseni ukufika kuka President wekwele South Africa His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa yamukelwa umphathintambo wezemali Professor Mthuli Ncube Robert Gabriel Mugabe International Airport la esiza ke kumhlangano oqhakathekileyo owemhlubulo neSADC lamhlanje Butler.
As you can see the live images right now on your screens, the arrival of the dignitaries that are coming for the 44th SADC Heads of State and Government Summit that is being held here at the new Parliament building. It's also been interesting, Wadzanai, that outside I did highlight this yesterday when we were at the Robert Gabriel Mugabe International Airport, that one of the things that has also come out very clearly has been the cultural celebration of Zimbabwe through the national dress and the national fabric.
Ichokwadi Butler tiri kuona ma-designs akasiyana siyana national fabric vari kutaura mbatya inotaura kuti isusu tiri maZimbabweans, tiri maZimbabwe ndo zvatiri, sokutira kuti nevari kuuya vari kubva vangoona kuti ava ndeve kuZimbabwe. Pawataura nyaya Butler yekuratidza kuti tiri vanani, taona zvakare tiri kuona zvakare zvikwata zvakasiyana siyana ma-dance groups vachiti kana vatungamiri venyika vachisvika paairport nepano vari kuita zvavanogona zvidavado zvavo vachiratidza kuti ndo tsika dzedu, ndo zvatinoita sevana vemuZimbabwe. Sokutaura kwawaita Butler musangano unoyu tichaona mutungamiri weAngola vanga vari ndivo chair veSADC vachipa chigaro kumutungamiri wenyika Comrade Emerson Mnangagwa.
And that was President João Lourenço, as you saw there on your screens just moments ago, as he was making his way into the pavilion to join the other heads of state that are making their way to the new Parliament building for the SADC 44th Summit. Also of interest, I've also seen various dignitaries and including ambassadors and cabinet ministers who have also come through in line with that call that we all should be moving with one vision and one statement. And it's also very key, especially given that Zimbabwe is going to be taking over the chairpersonship of SADC.
Ichokwadi Butler taona vakasiyana siyana vanokosha vachisvika pano. Chimwe Butler zvakare ndaona kunyangwe mutauriri weparamendi watingati speaker of the National Assembly ndaona zvakare vachisvika pano vanova ndo vakapa. Ichokwadi vanenge vachifara nokuti ndo vakatoti tokupai pokuitira musangano. So tiri kungofara nazvo kuti ndo vanotungamira nzvimbo ino asi vakabvumawo kuti musangano weSADC uitirwe pano Butler.
And also one of the things that I've also found interesting is the location of the new Parliament building going in line with the establishment of a new city that has been touted by government over the last number of years. This becomes the defining moment of coming up with this new city and the city that would like to have a cosmopolitan city, that is.
Limqotho lelo Butler ukuthi ukwenzelwa ukuthi umhlangano lo ubuye lapha eMount Hampton lapho uhulumende afuna ukuthi kube le dolobho elicha elihambelana la kulezi insuku ukwenzelwa komhlangano lo kuthi ukuthi ke inhloso kahulumende iqhubekela phambili ukuthi kube le dolobho elikhulu elicha sisuke eHarare sibuya ngapha eMount Hampton okuzabe ke kusiba lezakhiwo eziningi ezishiyeneyo siyazi ukuthi ke kuplan yabo Butler bathi lama office kahulumende azabe sengapha endaweni le eMount Hampton ukuthi ke kube lidolobho elicha elihambelana lamazwe akulezi insuku lamadolobho akulezi insuku atholakala emazweni amaningi okuthiwa ngama smart city lawana so yenye injongo ehloswe ke nguhulumende weZimbabwe kodwa ke njengoba engikutsho Mahlabezulu ukuthi iParliament yeZimbabwe lingayikhangela iyakhiwe kuhle okumangalisayo iParliament siyasuka eHarare kwakule kuyibuilding okuncane kade sike sebe ngapha eNew Parliament building yikho ke babona ukuthi lo mhlangano weSADC uyakwanisa ukwenzelwa lapha ngoba indawo enkulu elezakhiwo eziningi ezishiyeneyo njalo ke lingakhangela ukwakhiwa kwayo kutshengisa uphawu lweZimbabwe uyabona nxa kutshengiswa okunye ukwakhiwa khona kutshengisa iGreat Zimbabwe siyayibona khona la sibona uphawu lweZimbabwe siyabona kanye ke lokunye okutshiyeneyo kutshengisa ukuthi yiZimbabwe kwafakwa eNew Parliament building yikho okwenzela umhlangano walonyaka we44th SADC Heads of State and Government Summit ezabe silipha konke okwenzakala khona namhlanje uzuye phela Butler.
Indeed. Thank you. Watsanayes, the idea of still having the deep cultural heritage of Zimbabwe being rooted within the building, the Parliament building, as you look, like what Watsanayes was indicating just moments ago, it does resemble what we look at when we see the Zimbabwe.
Okay.
Or the Zimbabwe monuments that is in Masvingo. Of course, we can tell you that the incoming chairperson, that is President Emmerson Mnangagwa, has since arrived here at the New Parliament building for the SADC Heads of State Summit.
Ichokwadi Butler kuti mutungamiri wenyika Comrade Emmerson Mnangagwa vanowandiwa zvakare vari kupiwa chigaro chokuvasa chigaro wedunhu reSADC vasvika kuno kuNew Parliament building kwatichaona vachitora basa iroro vachipfuurira mberi kwegore rinotevera kana kuti kwemwedzi 12 inotevera ndo vanenge vachitungamirira dunhu reSADC vachipa guidance yavo vachitaura dai zvinhu zvafambiswa so Butler uchaona kuti misangano mizhinji yeSADC kwemwedzi 12 inotevera ichange ichiitirwa muno nokuti Zimbabwe ndiyo inenge yava sachigaro zvichireva kuti kunyange yatinoti SADC secretariat ye inenge ichinzwawo mazano ichinzwawo utungamiri kubva kuna President Emmerson Mnangagwa kuti dunhu redu tingarifambise sei tingaite sei uye Butler tikuziva zvakare kuti gurukota rezvekunze kwenyika vatikati veForeign Affairs vemuno Ambassador Frederick Shava ndo zvakare vava sachigaro weCouncil of Ministers zvichireva kuti misangano yakadaro ichange ichiitirwa muno Zimbabwe ichitungamira basa reSADC kuti ripfuurire mberi.
Indeed. So much that has or that will take place. I guess this is just the beginning, Watsanai, when you look at it. The real work is what will follow after the hosting of this SADC summit, because there are so many things that have been put on the agenda, and we are also, as Zimbabwe, going to be measured by how we're going to lead this regional bloc into the agenda that SADC has set.
Limqotholelo Butler ukuthi umsebenzi omkhulu uzaqalisa ngemva kwalomhlangano iZimbabwe isingumgcini sihlalo weSADC isikhokhela ke ukuqhutshwa komsebenzi emhlubulweni weSADC Butler kade Butler sibona ukufika ke kukamongameli wakwele South Africa uComrade Cyril Ramaphosa ngiyayibona iflag yeSouth Africa laphana Butler ukufika ke kwamongameli wakwele South Africa uComrade Cyril Ramaphosa kumhlangano owanamhlanje umhlangano oqhakathekileyo umhlangano we44th SADC Heads of State and Government, Butler.
Indeed, that's the South African President Cyril Ramaphosa, who arrived earlier on today. So we can see him disembarking from his vehicle. South Africa, another key player within the SADC region, Wadzanai. And also when you look at the relationship between Zimbabwe and South Africa, very cordial, going back to the days of the liberation struggle when Zimbabwe would house ANC freedom fighters, and Zimbabwe making their voice very stern and heard when it came to the independence of South Africa.
South Africa panyaya dzekutengeserana tototi muregion kana kuti muno muafrica ndiyo largest trading partner yedu munyaya dzekutengeserana dzekudyidzana, saka inyika yakatikoshera zvikuru mukati menyika yedu yeZimbabwe. So taona kusvika kwemutungamiri weSouth Africa vaRamaphosa vagamuchirwa negurukota rezvemari Professor Mthuli Ncube, zvakare nemamwe makurukota hurumende akati kuti vave kupinda munzvimbo iri kuitirwa musangano we44th SADC Heads of State and Government Summit. Ndiwo mumwe wevatungamiri vauya vari kuuya kumusangano uno unokosha. Zvinoratidza kukosha kwemusangano uno kuona vatungamiri venyika dzemudunhu rino vachiuya kuzoona kuti vabatirane pamwe chete. Uye taona zvakare Butler kumashure kuuya kuvatungamiri vamwe vatosvika kare, vachisekedi vekuDRC vasvika, vaRajolina vekuMadagascar varimo mukati, vaRolenso vekuAngola varimo, vekuTanzania Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan varipo zvakare. Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan ndivo vavasa chigaro weSADC organ on defense and politics, defense and security, zvakare vakatora kubva kuna vaHichilema vekuZambia neZuro. So vatungamiri venyika vari kuita vachisvika kumusangano uno. Butler.
Indeed, we're expecting more heads of state to make their way to the venue of the 44th SADC Summit. And the hashtag is 44th SADC Summit for those of you who are following proceedings out here. That is on the World Wide Web. Those of you following us on Facebook, of course, are following us on ZBC News Online. And you can also find us on X, formerly Twitter, just hashtag 44th SADC Summit, and you can also get the latest on what is taking place here at the venue. But it's been an interesting journey so far. Anyway, Wadzanai, as we look back as to what has happened prior to the hosting of this summit, the issue of regional integration has also come on infrastructure development. You look at Zimbabwe bordering South Africa and what has happened at the Beitbridge border post, the importance of the expansion of the Beitbridge border post that has happened. Also, you look at issues to do with power generation between Zimbabwe and Zambia, the coming together, the Zambezi River Authority. All of these have continued to paint the picture of the importance of regional integration and how it can, in fact, make the region itself prosper and for the betterment of the people of SADC.
Ichokwadi Butler chauri kutaura nyaya yekusimudzirwa kwezvivakwa inokosha zvikuru. Ukatarisa kuti hurumende yemuZimbabwe inotungamirwa naComrade Emerson Mnangagwa yavandudza zvivakwa zvakasiyana. Iko kutoitira musangano pano todaira kuti idonzvo rokuti dunhu reSADC rione kukosha kwekuvandudza zvivakwa vachiona zvakaitwa pano. Unofunga pavakamboya mune mimwe misangano kwanga kusina chinhu chakadai muZimbabwe. So vari kuuya vachiona chimwe chinhu. Wataura nyaya yeBeitbridge, ndinorangarira President Ramaphosa naPresident Mugabe vachienda pamwe chete kuBeitbridge border post vachiona kugadzirwa kwayo nezvakaitika. Izvino zvareruka, nyange vemabhizimusi vari kutaura kuti pfuura nepaBeitbridge kwareruka nokuda kwekuvandudzwa kwebhodha iroro. Wataura zvakare nyaya yemagetsi inova nyaya inokosha mudunhu reSADC. Ukarangarira vane vanoti Southern Africa Power Pool, zvinotaurwa kuti magetsi ava mashoma mudunhu rinori, saka zvakakosha kuvandudzwa kwechikamu ichocho kuitira kuti dunhu reSADC riwane simba remagetsi, zvichireva kuti nyaya yekushandidzana pamwe chete kuvandudza dunhu reSADC iri kutopfuurira mberi. Ndorangarira zvakare Butler kuti kunyange Namibia yakambopiwa basa rekuvandudza Hwange Thermal Power Station rimwe gore, vakatangana kupanana magetsi neZimbabwe, zvichireva kuti urongwa hwekubatana kwenyika dzemudunhu reSADC huri kupfuurira mberi. Totarisira kuti pamusangano uno zvichakurukurwa zvakare kuti vangavandudze sei kubatana munyaya dzekuti upenyu nodonzo racho bhata nderekuti upenyu hwevanhu vemusadc vanhu hureruke kubudikidza nekubatana kwenyika dzemusadc.
Absolutely, and it's not just about and it's not just Zimbabwe, but we've also seen the presidents of SADC, or presidents within SADC, are also conducting various visits to each other's countries, learning and also looking for how best they can work together. Just recently, Dr. Lazarus Chakwera from Malawi made his way to Zimbabwe from Mozambique, where he had a 2-day state visit and meeting with President Felipe Nyusi to discuss on areas of mutual cooperation. And we've seen President Emerson Mnangagwa also going to Mozambique for state visit, and now we're also talking about the plan to moot that railway line that will see the improvement or even the enhancement of trade between Zimbabwe and Mozambique, given that, of course, they have access to the coastline that we do not have.
Limqotholelo Butler okhuluma ngalo ngiyakhumbula ukuthi umongameli Mnangagwa wake kusikhathini esifishane esiphelileyo wahamba eMozambique bakhuluma ngendaba yethu kule dry port abafuna ukuthi bayilungise ehlanganisela eZimbabwe, iZambia labo Botswana lathi ukuthi nxa kusokuthengisa izinto phakathi kwamazwe omabili nxa sithengisa izinto kube lula ukungena kwezinto ezivela phandle leziphumayo kuyindlela yokuthi amazwe eSADC asebenzelane ndawonye kumahlandla achiyeneyo. Nyaya watawura yemachipanda railway line inyaya irikhoshisa zikuru neZimbabwe kunyangwe neMozambique kuitira kuti kutengeserana kwenyika mbiri idzi kutengeserana kwenyika dzemuSADC kana kuti zvinhu zvichibuda zvichipinda kureruke. Tiri kuona zvakare Butler mutungamiri wenyika Comrade Emerson Mnangagwa vari pano chipfuurira mberi nemusangano ndo vachapiwa zvakare chigaro nhasi uno chekuvasa chigaro wedunhu reSADC. Butler ndaona vabuda mukati zvirava kuti pane zviri kuitika zvofanira kuti zviitike pano panopindwa napo paNew Parliament Building. Tiri kuona zvakare nemakurukota ehurumende akati kuti Dr. Frederick Shava, Honorable July Moyo vose vari pano tichiona zviri kuitika pano Butler.
Indeed, live images from the Parliament building, of course, as we bring you live coverage of what is taking place here. The 44th SADC Summit, everything has led to this moment, and we find ourselves now at this place at this time for this momentous occasion. Zimbabwe, of course, takes over the chairpersonship of SADC. President Emerson Mnangagwa will get that baton today. Zimbabwe last hosted the SADC summit. That was way back in 2014. And so he takes over the chairpersonship of SADC. We are waiting to see what is taking place. We see the president is now out of the venue and will be receiving guests in just a moment. I see the flag of Eswatini being King Mswati the third. That is His Majesty King Mswati the third. And I was remarking just yesterday that when he comes, there is always what we would call criers, those that would announce the arrival of the king. And I'm sure you can see what is taking place there. His Excellency is waiting to receive King Mswati III.
Ichokwadi Butler sibona ke imbongi ezihayayo nxa inkosi ke ifika siyazibona sonke isikhathi nxa ufika uKing Mswati III inkosi uMswati III siyasibona ke imbongi senze ezikwenzayo zihaya ke zikhuluma ke ngokuthi ke ungubani ungumntakabani uvela ngaphi wazalwa ngaphi wazalwa ngubani konke kuyabe kusenziwa ke khonapho ke siyayibona ke imbongi ke isenza ekwaziyo nxa inkosi ifika. Ngiyathemba ukuthi ikho ke umongameli welizwe Comrade Emerson Mnangagwa esephumile phandle ukuthi ke azoyamukela ke inkosi Mswati King Mswati III owe Eswatini. Ngiyazi ukudala lathi sazithiwa yayithiwa iSwaziland kodwa ke hayi ke siyanikwa ke siyatshintsha ke kuthiwa ke iEswatini. So sikhaleli ke sabe simbona efika ke namhlanje nanguyana ke uKing Mswati laphana ehamba ke la hamba labo imbongi lokhu ilandile emuva Butler ikhaya kuphela ikhuluma ke ngokuqatheka kwenkosi yakhe.
No, he doesn't stop.
Yeah.
He doesn't stop. As we see, His Excellency President Emerson Mnangagwa there receiving His Majesty King Mswati III of Eswatini, one of the key players as well within SADC, was there when SADC was founded in 1980 in Zambia.
Icho kwati Butler ndikuona mtungamiri wenyika vari zvakare nemudzimai wavo First Lady Dr. Auxilia Mnangagwa varipo zvakare pari kugamuchirwa King Mswati III. Vanhu kuona vari kupinda zvakare mukati, vatungamiri venyika vari kufamba pamwe chete vachipinda muri kuitirwa musangano unokosha we44th SADC Heads of State and Government. Kudaira kuti Butler ndofunga mutungamiri wenyika vazviona kuti handigona kugara mukati, mambo vari kusvika, ndofana kuti ndibude ndigamuchirane navo.
I guess affording him the respect that he deserves as His Majesty King Mswati III, the only surviving monarch within the SADC region, and that is the Kingdom of Eswatini. And there was also, I guess, a lot of people when we were growing up, when we were going to school, Eswatini was not Eswatini, it had another name.
Eswatini yainzi Swaziland. So ndofuka pazvakatanga vanhu taitomboti kunzi Eswatini ndeipi, Eswatini ndeipi, vanhu vaida kuda kudzokera kuSwaziland, asi ndofunga pari zvinotajaira kuti yakunzi Eswatini ende ndo zita rayo rainoshandisa. So kune vanga vachiri kuti Swaziland, aiwa kusisina chinonzi Swaziland, isitwa Eswatini. So sibone kufika kuka inkosi uKing Mswati III efika ke namhlanje lapha kumhlangano oqhakathekile wamukelwa ngumongameli welizwe Comrade Emerson Mnangagwa, ngomunye ke wabakhokheli beSADC obuyileyo kumhlangano lo oqhakathekileyo. Njengokutsho kwaButler, umhlangano lo uqale kumaviki aphelileyo ngemihlangano eminye eminingi echiyeneyo, Industrialization Week, SADC Council of Ministers, SADC Organ on Politics, Defense and Security, kwaba le SADC Badia Investment Conference, kwaba le Finance Committee yeSADC ayikhulunywa ngayo, but iFinance Committee yeSADC nayo yahlangana ilungiselela ke lumhlangano. Siyazi ukuthi ke yonke leyo imihlangano yathi senziwa kwaye kulungiselela ilanga lanamhlanje lapho ke umongameli Mnangagwa azabe nikezwa ke ukuba ngumgcinisihlalo hlanganiso yeSADC.
Indeed, like you're highlighting, they're very key to note that there have been different other meetings that have been held ahead of this particular, the summit itself. There are always preparations that do happen. There are high-level meetings that do take place. We had on the 28th of July up to the 2nd of August, we had the SADC Industrialization Week that we witnessed companies coming from various parts of SADC exhibiting their expertise and, of course, the production lines that they have been supporting. And this then feeding very well into the regional integration agenda. We also had senior officials in Finance Committee meeting that was held at the new Parliament building right here where we are from the 8th to the 11th of August. We then had the Council of Ministers meeting that took place 13th to the 14th of August, and on the back of the SADC Badia Investment Forum that was taking place on the 14th of August. Then, of course, the SADC public lecture, which was addressed by His Excellency President Emerson Mnangagwa at the University of Zimbabwe Diamond Lecture Theatre. We also saw that then the SADC organ on politics, defense and security, also the hosting their summit that was yesterday, where the baton was passed over to Tanzania, which now leads that organ. And now today we find ourselves here, the 44th SADC summit proper that we're going to go through. And I do understand that we do have an idea or the program of what we can expect today. What are we expecting today?
Ishokati Butler trukutarisira zvakati kuti zviitike mukati mezuva ranhasi. Tichaona panotanga program ino vatungamiri venyika vose vasvika, tichaona mazwi ekutanga. So tichaona vatungamiriri venyika kusvika kwavo pano, kana vachinge vangosvika tichaona zvizhinji zvinenge zvaakuitika kunoko. Ndoziva kuti Butler sangano resadc rine anonzi executive secretary Dr. Elias Magosi ndo executive secretary vachapa mazwi anokosha ekutanga muzuva ranhasi kuparura ndo vanotungamira ofisi yesadc yesecretariat ndo vachange vachataura pekutanga tikozonzwa mazwi evari kuzova sachigaro vakupinda kuva sachigaro president Emerson Mnangagwa vachagamuchira vese vauya kunyika yezimbabwe kumusangano unokosha tinozonzwa zvakare sekutaura kwaita Butler paya kuti African Union inenge yakamirirwa zvakare pamusangano yakadai sesadc so tichaona zvakare mazwi achabva kune vakamirira African Union His Excellency Musa Faki Mahamat ndo chairperson weAfrican Union Commission vachazoturawo zvakare mazwi anokosha tichazonzwa zvakare akamirira UNECA achitaura pane zvino regai timbokudzoserai kumastudios edu Pockets Hill tigonzwa zviri kutevera asi tiri pano zuva rose.
Thank you so much there towards Zanai and the extensive coverage that is happening from there alongside Butler. And as you can appreciate, of course, the heads of state having made their arrivals at Mount Hampton, South Africa's president, along with also the King of Eswatini, extending also the president of Tanzania, president of Angola, all having made their way to the Mount Hampton building. Of course, His Excellency the President, Comrade Emmerson Mnangagwa, also having had arrived, and expectations are that he would be shortly, of course, be arriving with the rest of the dignitaries within Mount Hampton and taking it to the proceedings of the day. Where the chairship will be handed over. Aptly joined in studio by political analyst Mr. Alton Aziki. So according to some of the visuals there, looking at the arrivals of various heads of state, great to see that we are at least aligning to the program of the day.
True indeed. True indeed. The proceedings must take place, and the formalities, the procedural protocols must be adhered to prior to the program going into full swing. But we must pay attention to the fact that these are also part of the package that comes with hosting such a magnificent summit. It's huge, and the requirements also aptly say and present the possibility of the hugeness of the program. And what also goes into play is the administrative element and effort to manage the actual program, that these deliberations of how SADC is going to be run over the next 12 years must culminate in terms of giving us the real structure, the required needs for the upliftment of the people of Southern Africa collectively.
Yeah, maybe you're going to share with the Zimbabweans who are watching right now, who may not have a grasp or appreciation of the significance of Zimbabwe being part of a regional body, but then that regional body also extending to a continental body, and how that speaks to the development not only of Zimbabwe, but of the continent at large.
The structure and format in which the world governance systems have been set in terms of the acceptance of how humanity must coexist has brought about the evident statehood of individual nations within the mass of the earth, which are the major continents, the geographical continents of the world. And to that effect, Africa, with 54 member states, if not 55,
yes,
has been dissected into regional blocks or regional groupings. And SADC is one such amongst ECOWAS and those that are north of the Maghreb. And to that effect, SADC with the 16 member states has seen that it is part of the larger grouping of the African composition of states, which is the African Union. And that relationship cannot be forgone, because that support mechanism is passed on from region to region and country, vis-a-vis country to country. So this relationship to deepen cooperation within SADC and cohesion lies and dovetails with His Excellency Comrade Didi Mnangagwa's mantra of living, of being a friend to all and an enemy to none. And this mantra is going to spill over to the SADC region and ultimately to the African continent. And the template that Zimbabwe presents to the world is there for the taking, is there to learn from, is there to appreciate and also to condition and domesticate by member states. You can't, obviously they will not be able to adopt the whole of our approach in terms of his government, His Excellency's vision, who is assuming the SADC chairmanship at this very critical point and juncture in not only Africa's time, but in global affairs.
Right. Maybe you could expand on the intricate roles that do come up. We've got Ambassador Chimbindi. We've also got Foreign Minister Frederick Shaba. And then we've got His Excellency President Emerson Dabutso Mnangagwa. These three individuals playing pivotal roles within the transition that has taken place for SADC. Maybe you could also just give us an appreciation of each individual area and how that ties into the hierarchy.
SADC is structured in such a manner that it has institutions within its crust, and those institutions need to be run. They need to be run from an executive point of view to say that how do we implement policy that emanates from the executive, which is the chairmanship, and through the SADC Secretariat, led by the executive secretary of the SADC Secretariat. They are the ones responsible for the ultimate management and day-to-day operations and running of SADC affairs. And these are issues relating to what affects the 16-member bloc. And to that effect, you need to have the key ministries that lead within each and every sector within the SADC system. For instance, the SADC Troika, the organ on politics, defense, and security. You'll see that member states will second the various ministers responsible for defense and state and internal security of each member state to form part of the functioning authorities. You must also be aware that within SADC we also have the committee, the interministerial committee of ministers, and these are to be led by Zimbabwean ministers that run these ministries on the domestic front, led by His Excellency as the chairman, as the head. So that relationship must go also onto the administrative requirements that are bestowed on the leadership of Zimbabwe by its assumption of the chairmanship. And to that effect, you would want to see that that leadership criteria and requirement will also bring to the table the capacity of Zimbabwe's individual ministers or officials and authorities to actually exhibit and cross-pollinate what they know with the rest of SADC. But for those that are in the know, you must be aware that Zimbabwe holds a very revered position within the SADC region. That is something that we must also accept gracefully, to say that we accept this endowment that has been that we have inherently as Zimbabweans, that element of being hardworking, that element of being hospitable, that element largely of being humane to a large extent, and following rational approaches to issues of administration, governance, and any other challenges that may affect the region. And
Right.
these are the challenges that His Excellency Comrade D.D. Mnangagwa, upon assumption of this post as chairman of SADC for the next 12 months, is bringing to the table as well, to say that he has the wherewithal, he has the agency and the know-how in terms of being privy to what affects the majority of our population in the SADC region.
Right.
And we must also have time to acknowledge the presence of star states as the Comoro Islands, the Seychelles,
Yes, yeah.
and Madagascar.
Right.
They are not on mainland Africa, but they felt the proximity and the homeliness of
Right.
belonging to SADC.
Yeah.
And they must also continue to be brought to the fore.
Right.
And we are very cognizant that His Excellency Comrade D.D. Mnangagwa is a person in Zimbabwe that has brought a very commendable mantra as well, among many mantras, that one of leaving no one and no place behind.
Right.
And we'll see the Comoros, the Seychelles, and the Madagascar that are off the mainland of Africa getting recognition in terms of support of their economic and social requirements to uplift their people from the challenges. And we must also pay attention to the fact that climate change has come on us. And these are areas that largely are in the ocean and islands and have been impacted and affected by tsunamis and all these other weather calamities. And SADC must always play a role. We are aware of the devastating effects of the weather that once affected Madagascar. And you know, when we pull together as a bloc, we will be able to render requisite and appropriate humanitarian support to member states. And this is what His Excellency Comrade D.D. Mnangagwa, in terms of his assumption to this chairmanship, is quite alive to. Right. And, you know, going into the troikas, going into the meetings that go in between summit, you would want to pay attention and believe. Of course, it would not be prudent to second guess His Excellency and the chair of SADC, but I would assume that he will share and impart his knowledge in terms of the holistic and whole of government approach in managing and administrating the requirements and the dictates and tenets of governance.
Right. And maybe you could also share with us, if you could also localize the position of the alignment of the Second Republic's mantra, extending to that of SADC at large. We see that economic development is a trajectory that Zimbabwe as a nation state has developed a framework such as the National Development Strategy around. It does seem as though that there's a dovetailing taking place here with regards to Zimbabwe's direction and how that's looking to be able to complement SADC in the same vein.
I think this will be a very exciting time for SADC by virtue of the assumption to the chair by Zimbabwe, in the sense that we've seen how it is possible to transform our nation using local resources.
Right.
And instilling that in all member states. And you must be aware that the SADC region is one of the prime pieces of real estate in the world by virtue of the deposits of virtually all the key mineral requirements for the advancement of the first world and the existence thereof. So that's that His Excellency is quite leveraged on in terms of getting practical and resourceful partners in terms of the diplomatic excursions that he has done to the East and that have really given results that is tangible. And give us another 5 years in his term, you know, that vision, I think, will surpass the target in terms of the Vision 2030 and of being a prosperous upper middle income economy by 2030. And if that is to cascade to the whole region, will then become a very key economic powerhouse within Africa and the world at large from a global perspective.
I'm glad that you do raise that particular dynamic, also appreciating how when it comes to economic development, the issue of markets, access to them, or growth of them is where the dynamics get rather interesting when it comes to Africa. We seem to want to be able to grow our industrial process to feed foreign-based markets. Yet at the same time, we are losing out on developing our own local markets so that we can sustain ourselves with the resources that we aptly have at our own disposal. How do you address that particular challenge, or what route would you say would best suit?
I continue to be quite optimistic and quite excited by the opportunities that His Excellency presents with regards to that kind of framework. His Excellency is one individual in this assumption of the chairmanship of SADC who understands the intricate approaches to market dynamics in terms of, Zimbabwe is also within that philosophy coming up with the ability to structure a currency and turn an economy in an existing framework that has always been there, and charting that territory as a trailblazer, as a first to create that kind of currency, which in some instances, in some places, they are not even being able to in the developed world. But moving away from the aspect and element of feeding into the developed world in terms of the raw materials that we produce, in terms of the being a market of goods that have been produced by other states. You'd want to appreciate that His Excellency has always been a proponent of homegrown solutions. That's why we can develop using the resources that we have, and ultimately understanding and reconfiguration of the education platform and system within the SADC region to configure it to such an extent that instead of churning out real workers that are more like bots in technological parlance.
Sure.
You'd want to see that he is creating an education system of individuals that can create and produce goods and services, as well as intellectual property. You'll see that he's actually an individual who understands the value of intellectual property and innovation. And he has not taken us out as SADC from the global world of advancement in terms of technology. You'd also want to see that Zimbabwe has launched a satellite in orbit. And that kind of futuristic approach by His Excellency is a plus for SADC in his assumption of the chair.
Right.
And that transformation, I'm quite glad that it will not end with this 12-year tenure, but it will be a continuation of a turned wheel that will then propel itself to great heights.
All right. I want to come back to the issue of a global competitiveness and especially our positioning within the region. The Southern African Development Community comprising itself of 350 million people. This, in essence, then changes the dynamics in which we can relate to global markets if we are operating as a bloc. We continue to be operating as independent states in terms of reference to the global market. So when you come to Zimbabwe to access the resources that are here, you're only seeing Zimbabwe or the people in Zimbabwe as the reference point. Surely being able to see us as a regional bloc in terms of any market consumption or any market extraction opportunities should be able to allow us to realize this industrial growth that we want to be able to actualize.
I think what is important is understanding the processes of industrialization, understanding the steps that are required for you to reach an industrialized state. And the primary basis is what His Excellency right now is addressing.
Sure.
To create a base where we have raw materials in agriculture,
right,
to aid and to feed into manufacturing.
Sure.
Then you have that 350 million demographic dividend that you have just presented as a market of the goods that we are producing,
Right.
and creating surplus for those 350 million as export to the international market.
Right.
And this is what SADC must be geared for. And this comes as a basis of the deliberations that even institutions such as the media can play a very significant and key role in the dissemination of that information. And all achievements cannot come to naught and cannot be seen if the media does not play the role of propounding that information, showcasing the work and packaging that information in a manner that is readily ingestible by the receiving public.
To be able to realize tapping into that 350 million demographic within the Southern African development community, one can't help but also look at some of the obstacles that we currently face. An obvious one would be the borders. An obvious one from the borders becomes crossing of the borders. We seem to have seen the president of Botswana, President Mokgweetsi, having a ideological position of saying that we must be able to open up our borders to then be able to realize this collective market taking place. Namibia has adopted that. Zimbabwe looking to also extend that also within Botswana, but we haven't quite reached that point. My question then becomes, without addressing the issue of a borderless SADC, how are we going to be able to realize tapping into that 350 million demographic of our part of the region?
It's quite possible. A journey of 1,000 miles always begins with a single step, and Zimbabwe has taken that stance, and most member states are considering taking that stance. It's not really a borderless scenario that can be achieved overnight, but you must be aware that Zimbabwe has adopted that one border stop approach in terms of where goods and services in transit within member states will have ease in that passage. What really needs is the transition and the diversification from the idealistic to the practical, and this is what is being worked on in terms of the strategies, the blueprints of such initiatives. You are aware in the transport sector, there is harmonization of the roads, there is harmonization of the signage, there is harmonization of the SADC license, driver's license, that will work in all these and also serve as an international driver's license.
Right.
There is also issues of the in infrastructure, as I said, in the rail sector, where there has to be a standard gauge, which any member state can shunt their locomotives from their country across into whichever member state without any technical differentiation.
Right.
So this harmonization is taking place, and I'm quite confident with the assumption of Zimbabwe's chairmanship to SADC that quite a number of issues will move. If measuring on a scale of 1 to 5, we were at 2, I think by the end of the 12 months we'll be at 9.
Right. I'll take you on that one there, Mr. Ziki. All right, once again, we do implore you to be part of the conversation. We always do appreciate hearing from you. Send us your questions, your comments, and your contributions on at ZBC News Online. Also, make sure that you do add the hashtag of 44th SADC Summit. Now, we'll also be listening in to a few comments that were shared by various people within the public around SADC, but more importantly, its relevance within Zimbabwe. Let's take a look.
There's Emerson Mnangagwa, there's Cyril Ramaphosa, then president from Malawi, I'm forgetting his name. But basically, I know there's 2 presidents.
Filipinos, Cyril Ramaphosa, Idi Mnangagwa.
Ramaphosa from South Africa, President Idi Mnangagwa from Zimbabwe.
Cyril Ramaphosa, South Africa. President Mnangagwa, ndovataziva vanonzi varutu
vedu vaidi Mnangagwa, Ramaphosa, Hichilema Hekinde.
Ndoziva Ramaphosa weSouth Africa, ndoziva vedu vemuZimbabwe vaMnangagwa, vaPhilip veMozambique.
Emerson Mnangagwa, Ramaphosa, amamwe mangandisikuziva.
Ramaphosa, President Emerson Mnangagwa, that's only one I know.
President Emerson Mnangagwa, President Ramaphosa, Hakainde Hichilema. Yeah, that I know.
We have Comrade Emerson Mnangagwa, Maphosa. That's the only one that I know.
This is Comrade Emerson Mnangagwa. Na Ramaphosa.
President Mnangagwa, Jacob Zuma, Kenyatta, the other ones I'm just saying, there are 3, I guess.
Some of the lighter moments there as some questions and answers were being thrown to the public around, of course, our heads of state and their role that they'll be playing within SADC. But it's interesting to note there, Mr. Ziki, of course, we've got a generation of young people who, in appreciating SADC, don't quite understand the significance of the body, but also the understanding of the significance of that body is tied to the mandate that the heads of state have in representation of that particular body. Today, of course, being a momentous day for Zimbabwe, in the sense that it will be at the helm of directing the regional body in being able to meet some of the prerequisite requirements to contribute towards development, not only of the SADC region, but of the continent at large.
Yes. I think the importance of regional blocks going forward in the 21st century is quite a key standard or key requirement that brings about power. It brings about capacity. That element of collectivization, coming together as a people, coming together as states. When you commit to the levels of setting objectives and targets that you want to achieve as a bloc, I see this being achieved. And one major point that is facing SADC is the ability to create a facility that will allow SADC to realize its desires, its objectives. And this is the aspect and element of finance.
Right.
This is the aspect and element. This is the aspect and element of being able to raise resources towards a certain goal.
Right. Now, looking at the focus that you do speak towards being addressed, one, we can't also but help to look at what's currently taking place in Mount Hampton, and of course the arrival of His Excellency being a key driver of today's events and occasion. Mr. Ziki, you shared earlier on there that His Excellency's role and contribution within SADC and the region has been integral. One can't help but also look at the role and function he played also within the defense organ within the 90s, and also how that extensively ensured that security within the region was held. Maybe you could also once again bring us up to speed on the importance of Zimbabwe in ensuring security within the region.
Thank you. Security and peace are key within the region. And that leadership by His Excellency has shown that SADC as a bloc has, over the years, had tremendous support to peace initiatives that we so require.
Yeah. Now, also taking a look there, of course, Mr. Ziki, we see the various heads of state who, of course, had aligned up there for the family SADC photo. The term family also speaks to the union of bond that we find with the various SADC countries. And, of course, President Hassan from Tanzania being the first female president of the country, but also the only female head of state who's there, speaking to another aspect of inclusivity within the region and ensuring that the role that women play with regards to leadership is upheld.
That family photo every time is quite key. It's a very key initiative in terms of capturing the moments in time and preserving them for posterity and for the purposes of record keeping. But it also gives an allowance for showcasing the caliber and the real appearance of our leaders within the SADC region in their flesh, where we have the opportunity to have visuals of them. And on that note, you want to pay attention to the fact that these processes culminate to the actual presentations of the program of the day, which is the assumption of the chairmanship by His Excellency.
Right. Also seeing there President Lourenco of Angola standing next to His Excellency, acknowledging, of course, that he would be handing over chairship to the president, Angola having held it before. And when it comes to these sorts of transitions, I'm sure a bit later on, we're looking forward to hearing from President Lourenco with regards to his term of office, but also at the same time, the transition handing over to Zimbabwe.
Yes, I think this transition marks a very precedented time in the history of SADC in terms of saying that there are a lot of expectations, there are a lot of hopes from our peoples in the SADC region. There is a lot of expectation in terms of confronting head-on the social ills that are begotten as a result of poverty. And poverty is the number one enemy and priority of SADC in terms of dealing and facing the mitigation strategies of dealing with poverty head-on. And those social ills that are as a culmination of poverty, which also include issues that affect the health of individuals and the access to basic education and other amenities that are worthwhile for a comfortable human existence in Southern Africa. And this is what we expect in the 12 months, that massive transformation of human livelihood standards within the African continent. And this culminates from the leadership's apprehension and acknowledgement and understanding of the issues that affect and impact individuals with regards to poverty. And when that is done from the top of the chairs mandate to disseminate that information to member states to accept and realize why it would be important to fight poverty, why it would be important to fight hunger, why it would be important to provide amenities that aid in healthcare, and what strategies and measures are going to be put in place. And for that, Zimbabwe has already begun that journey in terms of addressing issues of poverty, in terms of addressing issues of hunger. You remember we have our very own homegrown Fumvudza Intwasa program, where we climate proof our crops in order to meet the expected harvests.
Right. As you can see there by the visuals, our heads of state are making their way to the summit venue, and of course looking forward to them settling down and meeting, of course, the prerequisite program for the day. Exceptional, of course, in the sense that it is the 44th SADC summit, and acknowledging that in the 44 years of SADC having run these particular key engagements, we can see that its progression seems to speak towards more development within the region.
It's quite evident. It's quite evident that SADC is evolving, and evolving in a progressive manner for the better. Every year SADC has to be better. And this year marks also a turning point with SADC's emancipation, where we'll have some form of renaissance going on because of Zimbabwe's assumption to the chairship.
If one could also maybe bring in an element of poetic serendipity, if I could call it that. Zimbabwe celebrating 44 years, SADC being on its 44th summit. It seems as though that as the progression of SADC, is also in parallel to the progression of Zimbabwe. That at some point in time, Zimbabwe will be celebrating 100 years. Also 100 years for SADC.
Yes, there is that alignment that has taken place.
Yeah.
And it has taken place at an opportune time. And when such alignment does take place, it's significant. And I think it is going to be quite a momentous year for SADC. Because I envisage a scenario where from the Comoros to Seychelles in that ocean, if I'm not wrong, the Pacific Ocean.
It's interesting you do bring up the Seychelles and the Comoros, because one can't help but also appreciate the varying countries that are part of the SADC region. And you did bring up earlier on that those coastal countries are also finding a need to be able to be part of, rather, the developmental agenda, but also at the same time, Zimbabweans also appreciating that there are more countries that are part of our regional body than those that they see within our specific borders.
Yes, the mainland part of Southern Africa has also partners that have come that are not on the mainland, which are Madagascar, as I said, the Seychelles, the Comoro Islands. So their desire to be recognized as part of SADC is a huge testament. They could have chosen any other regional or bloc. Maybe they could have chosen those that I erroneously mentioned, Uganda on the four Mulungushi Club of four. It was Tanzania instead of Uganda earlier on. They could have chosen that area, which includes Uganda, Rwanda, the central Kenyan bloc as well, because they are also,
within
in terms of distance, they can be closer to that area. But you must be aware that as the adage goes, a kiss goes by a favor, and they chose the SADC, and we must embrace them and make them feel more at home, despite the fact that probably some may presume them as not being African.
That's it.
Based on maybe melanin levels in terms of pigmentation. So that is but the point. We are diverse, but we are still SADC. In our diversity, we bring about that power of diversity.
Sure.
But coming back to mainland Africa on the southern part, I would want us to focus on the integral and strategic positioning of Zimbabwe in terms of geographical location.
All right. Now, on that particular note there, we're going to be crossing over back to Mount Hampton, where His Excellency the President, Comrade Emmerson Mnangagwa, has just entered into the main auditorium, and shortly the heads of state will be taking their seats. And in doing so, one can't help but appreciate a bit of the excitement that is within Mount Hampton, considering how Zimbabwe's developmental agenda of being able to erect its parliament building was also tied to being able to meet this engagement of SADC. Zimbabwe showing its capabilities and capacity to be able to hold the event in the remarkable parliament building, which was just only this year handed over for parliamentarians to be able to play their part with regards to governance within the nation state. But we will ensure that we do give you more updates as we progress, and ensure that those who do want to be part of the conversation can do so by sending us their questions, their comments, and their contributions on our social media platforms at ZBC News Online. Now, of course, as you can see there, the heads of state of course, within the main auditorium, lined up for various photo sessions that will be taking place. We'll be following the proceedings as they go along live from Mount Hampton.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll put our hands together as we take our seats. Your Excellencies, Your Majesty, distinguished heads of state and government, our vice presidents, our first ladies, honorable ministers, Speaker of Parliament, President of Senate, President of the Pan-African Parliament, ambassadors who are here, all distinguished delegates. Thank you. And welcome to you, Your Majesty, Your Excellency, President Dr. Emmerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, who's the host president, who's my president, affectionately referred by everybody as ED. Those that saw the video that was playing much earlier, he says, I'm ED, is commonly and lovingly referred to as ED. Distinguished heads of state and government, vice president, honorable ministers, and everybody in the room, we are here for the official opening session of the 44th Ordinary Summit of SADC Heads of State and Government, coming to you live at the new Parliament building in Zimbabwe's capital city, Harare. This area is called Mount Hampton. The SADC Summit, distinguished delegates, is responsible for the overall policy direction and control of the community, ultimately making it the policy-making institution of SADC. So that is why we are here. Let me just tell you, Your Excellencies, Your Majesty, it's a bit of a small miracle that I'm here standing before you this morning, because last night I got a call from Foreign Affairs Ministry, and the gentleman at the end of the line said to me, is that Super? I said, yeah, Ndini, which means it's me. And he says, you are ED tomorrow morning at the official opening of the 44th Ordinary Summit. I said, what? He said, you are ED. I just told you our president is affectionately referred to as ED. So obviously after realizing that there's a bit of a shock on the other side of the line, he says, no, you are ED, Events Director. So I am here as the Events Director. It's such an honor, Your Majesty, distinguished excellencies, honorable vice presidents, ministers, first ladies, ambassadors, and all esteemed delegates here, to have this honor and remarkable opportunity to be directing the King, the presidents this morning. I have this honor not just to myself. I would like at this stage to introduce my co-ED. She hails from the beautiful country of Zambia, as well as working in Botswana as part of the SADC Secretariat. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to introduce my co-host, my co-MC, the versatile Barbara Lopi.
Thank you, ED, Your Majesty, Your Excellencies. A very good morning to you all and happy SADC Day. Today, on this day, 32 years ago, the Southern African Development Community was transformed into SADC in Windhoek, Republic of Namibia. And this is why we commemorate 17th August as SADC Day. So happy SADC Day to you all. Allow me to introduce their excellencies and heads of states who are up here. We have His Majesty King Swati III from the Kingdom of Eswatini. His Excellency João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço, the President of the Republic of Angola and Chairperson of SADC. His Excellency Dr. Emerson Dambuzo Mnangagwa, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe and incoming Chairperson of SADC. We have Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania and incoming Chairperson of the SADC Organ on Politics, Defense and Security Cooperation. She's female, we need another applause. Thank you. We have from the Democratic Republic of Congo, His Excellency Felix Antoine Tshisekedi Chilombo, the President and outgoing Chairperson of SADC. The Republic of Namibia, we have His Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, the President and outgoing Chairperson of the SADC Organ on Politics, Defense and Security Cooperation. Republic of Malawi, the home heart of Africa, we have His Excellency Dr. Lazarus Makazi Chakwera. The Republic of South Africa, we have His Excellency Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa. Republic of Mozambique, we have His Excellency Philippe Jacinto News. My apologies, he's not here yet, but he should be joining us. Republic of Botswana, we have His Excellency Dr. Mkwesi Piabeswe Masisi. Republic of Madagascar, His Excellency Andri Nirina Rajolina. The Kingdom of Lesotho, the Kingdom in the Sky, the Right Honorable the Prime Minister, Mr. Samuel Mshokwani Matekan. The Republic of Mauritius, we have the Deputy Prime Minister, Honorable Louis Stephen Obegadu. The Republic of Zambia is represented by Honorable Mulambo Haimbe, State Council MP, Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Republic of Zambia. We have from the Union of Comoros, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Mohamed Mbaye. Last but not the least, from the head of states and government representatives, we have His Excellency Ambassador Claude Morel, Special Envoy of the President of the Republic of Seychelles. Up front here, we also have His Excellency Ambassador Dr. Frederick Shava, Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Trade of the Republic of Zimbabwe, but also the Chairperson of the SADC Council of Ministers. Last but not the least, up there we have His Excellency Mr. Elias Mpedi Mahosi, the Executive Secretary of SADC. In our midst, we also have the representatives from the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, His Excellency Clever Gatete, who is the Under-Secretary General and Executive Secretary of UNECA. We also have our Vice President for the Republic of Zimbabwe, His Excellency Retired General Dr. Constantine Chibengwa, Vice President. Retired Colonel Kembe Mohadi, Vice President of the Republic of Zimbabwe. We also have the Speaker of Parliament, Comrade Jacob Mdenda, the President of the Senate, Comrade Mabel Chinomora. We also have representatives from the international and continental and regional organization. I won't mention them by name, but the President of the Arab Bank of Economic Development for Africa, BADIA. We have representatives from Africa, from the African Development Bank. We have the representative from Africa CDC, SADC Parliamentary Forum. The First Ladies were also recognized, including Amai Mnangagwa. And all SADC citizens who are here, our members of the diplomatic community, ICPs, who are represented here, you are all welcome to this 44th SADC Summit of Heads of State and Government. Our program, we are running short, is as follows. We will start with introductory remarks from the Executive Secretary of SADC. Thereafter, we will have a welcome speech from our host president here, and we will tell you about the rest of the program. May I now invite His Excellency Mr. Elias Mahosi to come and deliver his remarks from this podium. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ED and Deputy ED. I hope we don't have any ambitions of being the other ED, but it's good to dream. Your Majesty Kim Swati III of the Kingdom of Eswatini, Your Excellency João Manuel Gonçalves Lorenzo, President of the Republic of Angola and the Chairperson of SADC, Your Excellency Dr. Emmerson Dambuzo Mnangagwa, President of the Republic of Zimbabwe and incoming Chairperson of SADC, and our host of the 44th SADC Summit of Heads of State and Government, Your Excellency Felix Anton Tshisekedi Chilombo, President of the Democratic Republic of Congo and the outgoing Chairperson of SADC, Your Excellency Hakainde Hichilema, President of the Republic of Zambia and the Chairperson of the SADC Organ on Politics, Defense and Security Cooperation, Your Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania and the incoming Chairperson of the SADC organ, Your Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, the President of the Republic of Namibia and the outgoing Chairperson of the organ, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, or your representatives or their representatives, Your Excellency General Retired Dr. Constantino Chiwenga, Vice President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Your Excellency Colonel Retired Kembo Mohadi, the Vice President of this great republic, Your Excellency Ambassador Dr. Frederick Shava, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Trade of the Republic of Zimbabwe, and our chairperson of the SADC Council of Ministers, Your Excellency Mr. Clavat Katete, Under Secretary General and Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, honorable ministers and deputy ministers here present, ambassadors, high commissioners, and members of the diplomatic corps, representatives of our partner institutions, regional, continental, and international organizations, members of the Fourth Estate. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning, I believe. Good morning, and a happy SADC Day to you all. The 17th. Your Excellencies, it is an honor and privilege to stand before you today to deliver the introductory remarks at this 44th Ordinary SADC Summit of Heads of State and Government. Let me also extend my profound gratitude to the government of the Republic of Zimbabwe for graciously hosting the 44th SADC Summit and for the warm hospitality extended to all delegations. The excellent arrangements for this summit and all preceding meetings is testament to the commitment of the government of Zimbabwe to the ideals and aspirations of SADC. Your Excellencies, the 44th SADC Summit is held under the theme Promoting Innovation to Unlock Opportunities for Sustained Economic Growth and Development towards an Industrialized SADC. This theme takes us further on a transformative journey towards industrialization, which started right here in Zimbabwe through the directive of the 34th SADC Summit to place industrialization at the core of the SADC regional agenda. The theme provides a unique opportunity to shape the future of our region and the steps we must take to accelerate progress on our industrialization agenda. To this end, the region should continue to harness the power of innovation to accelerate implementation of key regional value chains and promote technological transfer to increase manufacturing of value-added products and ultimately realize economic growth and prosperity of our region. To date, intra-regional trade stands at a very low level of about 23%, signifying that as SADC member states, we are trading more with the rest of the world than we do amongst ourselves. One of the culprits, if I can call it, driving these low levels of intra-regional trade is the usual suspect, non-tariff barriers. I think the ministers of trade would relate with this one. Despite the zero import duty of 85% of products traded among the SADC member states, intra-SADC importers and exporters continue to encounter new and long-standing unresolved non-tariff barriers. It is therefore imperative to rededicate our collective efforts to implement measures to reduce these barriers and promote intra-regional cooperation and integration. The benefits of an enlarged regional market to the SADC economy and citizens cannot be overemphasized. Our collective market of approximately 389 million people and a combined gross domestic product of about US$841 billion provides an enormous potential for trade and investment opportunities as well as economic growth. In our quest to facilitate enhanced inter-regional trade within our community, your Secretariat is compiling, as we speak, information to produce a list of what we call top 10 exports and imports of SADC member states, and on what the region trades with the rest of the world. This will be used to develop strategic interventions and actions to improve access to markets within our community and to facilitate improved inter-regional trade within the region. I am hopeful, Your Excellencies, that the completion of this exercise will produce declarations on how we will trade going forward and reverse the 23%. The status quo is not ideal in my view, and we must change without delay. Your Excellencies, I'm pleased to report that as part of the ongoing efforts to expand our markets beyond the SADC region, the agreement establishing the tripartite free trade area among the Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa, COMESA, the East African Community, EAC, and SADC entered into force on the 25th of July this year, paving the way for member and partner states of the tripartite to access a larger market of now 26 countries, with a population of about 700 million and a GDP of $1 trillion United States dollars. As the chairperson of the tripartite task force, I have already notified all the tripartite member and partner states about this positive development, which is a key milestone in the promotion of intra-Africa trade and enhancement of economic integration in the tripartite area. On peace and security, Your Excellencies, the SADC region continues to stand out as a beacon of hope for peace, security, and stability in the continent of Africa, notwithstanding the security challenges in the eastern part of the DRC. Our region remains resolute towards finding lasting peace and security in the DRC. Last year, we deployed the SADC mission in the DRC to support the government to restore peace and security following an increase in conflicts and instability caused by the resurgence of armed groups. This mission should complement ongoing diplomatic processes, namely the Luanda and Nairobi processes, which aim to bring all concerned parties to the negotiating table to find a lasting solution to the conflict. Regarding the security situation in Mozambique and following the deployment of the SADC mission in the country since July 2021, I wish to report, Your Excellencies, that the mission was successfully concluded on the 4th of July this year, and that the security situation in Cabo Delgado is better off than it was prior to the mission's deployment. Through SAMIM, we succeeded in facilitating humanitarian assistance, controlling radicalization and indoctrination, and in protecting public infrastructure, thus restoring essential public services. In collaboration with the government of Mozambique and other partners, the region has created a secure environment, allowing the return of over 600,000 of the 1.2 million internally displaced persons to their places of origin. Allow me to express our sincere gratitude to His Excellency President Hakainde Hichilema, the chairperson of the SADC organ, for his unwavering commitment for sustained peace and security in the region. Under his leadership, our region has taken concrete steps to foster cooperation to consolidate peace, security, and stability, and in particular to highlight one, unlocking the levers to drive the reform process in the Kingdom of Lesotho. Similarly, I wish to thank the SADC chairperson His Excellency President João Manuel Gonçalves Lorenzo for leading the Luanda process in his capacity as the African Union champion on peace and reconciliation in Africa. It is our hope, Your Excellency, that your diplomatic prowess will help find peaceful and amicable solutions to the conflict in the eastern part of the DRC and bear fruit. Your Excellencies, the 2023-24 rainfall season has been a challenging one, with most parts of the region experiencing the negative effects of the El Nino phenomenon, characterized by a late onset of rains, extended mid-season dry spells, and extreme high temperatures. As a result, an estimated 67.7 million of our people in the region, representing more than 17% of the region's population, have been negatively affected. I wish to take this opportunity once more to express our sincere gratitude to the SADC chairperson, His Excellency President Lorenzo, for swiftly convening the extraordinary summit on the 20th May of this year to address the humanitarian situation emanating from the drought and floods. He accordingly launched the SADC Regional Humanitarian Appeal worth approximately $5.5 billion to support the humanitarian needs and disaster response recovery of the affected populations. Your Excellencies, with the increased scope of the SADC agenda, our region requires adequate financial resources to implement interventions and programs outlined in the RSDP 2020-2030 to enable us to achieve our collective aspirations of a peaceful, inclusive, competitive, middle to high income industrialized region, as envisioned in our 2050 vision. It is evidently clear that without adequate resources for interconnected, quality, and seamless infrastructure, it will be in the form, be it in the form of roads, railways, ports, energy, or ICT, our efforts to industrialize and integrate our economies and unlock the region's full potential will stall. It is therefore imperative, as we intensify our efforts to mobilize resources, we should deliberate and expedite. We should be deliberate and expedite the operationalization of the Regional Development Fund. The SADC founders, in their wisdom, envisioned that the SADC Treaty, in the SADC Treaty, the RDF as a mechanism for financing programs to accelerate economic development and growth of our region. However, the agreement on the operationalization of this fund is yet to enter into force. As of today, only 8 member states have signed the agreement, with only 1 ratification by the Republic of Angola. May I call upon member states to expedite the processes of signing and ratifying this agreement and follow the lead of our chairperson, President Lorenzo. We also recognize commitments made by the DRC and the republics of Zambia and Zimbabwe to ratify very soon. Your Excellencies, as I conclude, let me highlight the critical importance of paying particular attention to the needs of the youth in promoting innovation, industrialization, peace and security. As Your Excellencies may be aware, the SADC region, just like the rest of Africa, has the youngest and fastest growing population in the world. This provides a democratic dividend capable of embracing new technologies and innovation and sustaining supply of labor to drive the industrialization agenda and spur economic growth and development. We just witnessed this potential coming to life a couple of days ago at the SADC public lecture ably delivered by our host, His Excellency President Dr. Emmerson Mnangagwa at the University of Zimbabwe. The youth were taking the lead to innovate, to create new advancements, and simply to dream. The President has put funding aside dedicated to these young men and women to shape the industrial revolution of the country, for which we commend him most sincerely. Your Excellencies, we can all learn from this initiative and possibly ignite the bigger revolution in our region. As part of the implementation of the 41st Summit theme titled Human and Financial Capital, the key drivers for sustainable industrialization in the SADC region, which was adopted last year in Luanda, the region convenes the SADC Youth Forum this year with calls for the region to develop public policies that encourage active youth participation in mainstream economy as well as the representation of young women in the development processes. I would like to reiterate the need to invest in the youth by providing them with the necessary skills, resources, entrepreneurial and job opportunities with a view to unlock their potential, thereby creating pathways for them to become agents of change and contributors of regional integration, sustainable peace and security, and inclusive economic growth. I wish to take this opportunity to thank the chairperson of SADC, His Excellency João Manuel Gonçalves Lorenzo, the President of the Republic of Angola, for his exemplary leadership, guidance, and insights during his tenure. In the past year, the chairperson has demonstrated exceptional leadership, vision, and dedication in steering the SADC towards achieving its mandate. He has provided guidance, wisdom, and deep insights to the Secretariat during his visit to the Secretariat in Gaborone on the 14th of July this year. As we look ahead to the coming year, the Secretariat reaffirms its unwavering commitment to work collaboratively with the incoming chairperson of SADC, His Excellency Dr. Emmerson Dambuzo Mnangagwa, the President of this Republic, to move the SADC agenda forward and mainly focusing on industrialization or industrializing our region. With these remarks, I wish Your Excellencies fruitful deliberations as we collectively endeavor to shape the future of our region. I am confident that the outcomes of your deliberations today will positively impact the lives of our citizens. I thank you for your attention. Merci beaucoup. Muito obrigado. Asante sana. Tatenda kialebuch.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Another round of applause for the SADC Executive Secretary, His Excellency Mr. Elias Magosi. At any point of SADC life, the Executive Secretary comes from any of the member countries. For those who don't know, our Executive Secretary is from the beautiful country of SADC called Botswana. Your Majesty, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to bridge the flow of the program to introduce a proud citizen of SADC, one that we are also very proud of in the region. He is the President of the Pan-African Parliament, and he's none other than Chief Fortune Charumbira. Thank you. Just to advise again those that are using language translation gadgets, our channels are as follows. English is on channel 1, French is on channel 2, Portuguese is on channel 3, and Swahili is on channel 4. Your Majesty, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we are live on national television as well as international television, courtesy of the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation. We are also coming to you live from the new Parliament building in Mount Hampton, in Harare, the capital city of Zimbabwe, the host of the 44th Ordinary Summit of SADC Heads of State and Government Summit, Ordinary Summit of SADC Heads of State and Government. And those who are on social media or would like to catch us on social media, we are on ZBC News Online, the Facebook page, the SADC Facebook page, as well as other international TV channels. Distinguished delegates, I'd now like to call upon to the podium our next speaker. The man I'm just about to call is an icon of the independence struggle of the Republic of Zimbabwe. He's a man who's walked the ropes of leadership from being a member of parliament and cabinet minister in 1980 at independence to being the Speaker of Parliament, to being the Vice President, to what he is today. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to invite to the podium the incoming chairperson of SADC and the host of the 44th Ordinary SADC Summit of Heads of States and Government to deliver his welcome remarks. Please put your hands together for His Excellency, Dr. Emmerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe.
May you be seated. The First Lady, my Dr. Mnangagwa, Your Majesty, King Mswati III of the Kingdom of Eswatini, Your Excellency, João Lourenço, President of the Republic of Angola and Chairperson of SADC, Your Excellency, my dear young brother, Felix Tshisekedi, President of the Democratic Republic of Congo and outgoing Chairperson of SADC, Your Excellency Samir Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania and the Chairperson of the Organ on Politics, Defense and Security Cooperation, Your Excellency Hakainde Hichilema, President of the Republic of Zambia and outgoing Chairperson of the Organ on Politics, Defense and Security Cooperation, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government and Heads of Delegations, Your Excellency, Chairperson of the SADC Panel of Elders, former President Jakaya Kikwete, Your Excellencies, First Ladies who are here with us, the Honorable Vice President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, General Retired Dr. C.G.D.N. Chiwenga, the Vice President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Honorable Colonel Retired K.C.D. Mohadi, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Trade, Chairperson of the SADC Council of Ministers, Ambassador Frederick Shawa, Honorable Ministers and various political leaders of the Republic of Zimbabwe who are here with us, Your Excellency Elias Magosi, SADC Executive Secretary, Your Excellency Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, Ambassador Clever Gateke, Your Excellencies, Heads of Regional Economic Communities and International Organizations who are here, Your Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, senior government officials and delegates from SADC member states, members of the media, my fellow SADC citizens, I feel greatly privileged to be addressing you all when I've been accorded the rare and huge responsibility to take hold of the reins of our revolutionary and transformative regional body, SADC. On behalf of the government and people of our country, allow me to officially welcome you, Your Majesty, and my dear colleagues, Excellencies, heads of state and government, as well as your esteemed delegations to the Republic of Zimbabwe. I trust that you have found the available facilities perhaps comfortable. The people of Zimbabwe count it an honor to be hosting this 44th Ordinary SADC Summit. And we treasure your gathering here in the land of the great Emperor Munumtapa. On their behalf, I'm grateful for the opportunity to personally thank you all for the many years of your unwavering solidarity, support, and unbreakable fraternal relations with the Republic and people of Zimbabwe. This has been against the continuing heinous sanctions imposed on our motherland, Zimbabwe, by some Western countries. We are aware that various forms of undue pressure may have been exerted on you over the years to abandon us. Yet you have remained resolute in the true spirit of our liberation wartime mantra that an injury to one is an injury to all. The clarity, solidarity, and unity which the SADC region has always demonstrated on Zimbabwe, as with other critical peace, security, and climate change disasters in our region, epitomizes the true Pan-African spirit envisaged by our founding fathers of our region. As the people of Zimbabwe, today we once again say thank you, thank you, thank you, SADC, for bearing with us the burdens imposed by the last 24 years of illegal sanctions imposed our country because we claimed our land. Today also marks the SADC Day anniversary. We commemorate the signing of the SADC Declaration and the Treaty in 1992 at the Summit of Heads of State and Government that was held in Windhoek in the Republic of Namibia. The historic birth of SADC ushered an era of marked transformation in the region, from a past characterized by segregation and the brutal racial oppression to the present, where we enjoy peace, security, and prosperity in our respective countries. Indeed, since its inception, SADC has enabled the integration and has improved the quality of life of our peoples. The government and people of Zimbabwe are humbled to join you, Your Excellencies, and your esteemed delegations in celebrating these milestones we have achieved. United we stand, and united we continue to march forward towards a more prosperous future for our great region, SADC. I invite you all the world of wonders and opportunities. I don't know whether that's true. Feel at home away from home. God bless you all. I thank you.
Once more, another round of applause for the incoming SADC chairman, Dr. Emmerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa, ED. Thank you. Before we move on to the next speaker, Your Majesty, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, allow me to announce the arrival and also introduce the President of Mozambique, Mr. Felipe Jacinto Nyusi. Thank you, Your Excellency. At this juncture, I'd like to invite to the podium the Under-Secretary General and Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa to make a statement. Please welcome His Excellency Clever Gatete.
Yeah, thank you very much, ED. Your Excellency, Your Majesty King Mswati III of the Kingdom of Eswatini, Your Excellency Mr. Joao Lorenzo, President of the Republic of Angola and Chairperson of Southern African Development Community, Your Excellency Dr. Emmerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa, President of the Republic of Zimbabwe and incoming Chair of SADC, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government present here, all protocols observed, Mr. Elias Magosi, Executive Secretary of the Southern African Development Community, Honorable Ministers here present, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to address the 44th SADC Summit of Heads of State and Government on the theme of promoting innovation to unlock opportunities for sustained economic growth and development towards an industrialized SADC. I want to start by conveying my gratitude to the government of Zimbabwe for the generous hospitality as the host of this August event here in Harare. I also wish to thank the heads of state and SADC for this opportunity to deliver my inaugural address in my capacity as the Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we are meeting at a time when our continent is facing major challenges, especially financing, security, soaring debt crisis, and climate change. Sovereign debt in Africa currently stands at over 1 trillion US dollars, causing severe fiscal stress with more than 1 in 3 countries in or at high risk of debt distress. This is also happening when long-term concessional finance, official development assistance, and foreign direct investments are declining. In addition, climate change is eroding 5% of GDP on average on an annual basis. Actually, last year for Mozambique, it cost them 15% of their GDP. These impacts are quite evident in the SADC region. That's why we're working on an African position on the reform of the global financial architecture so that Africa's needs are taken into account at the next month's Summit of the Future and the 4th Financing for Development Conference that will take place next year in Spain. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, there are no clear solutions. We have no choice but to look inward for homegrown solutions, including domestic resource mobilization and innovative financing for climate to sustain our development. And SADC can be a leader on this imperative. The region is home to most of the world's gold, copper, cobalt, lithium, chromium, graphite, platinum, and possesses significant livestock and agriculture endowments. 4 key areas offer SADC innovative and scalable solutions. One of them is the development of the regional value chains, and this is possible in the whole of SADC region. Regional agglomeration remains a ticket to sustainable industrialization because fragmented approaches will not generate the jobs we need, nor will it reduce poverty and inequality. Indeed, following our recent visits to Botswana, Namibia, and Ethiopia to study the beef and leather value chains, we have concluded that all of the SADC offers enormous potential to increase export markets within these sectors. That's why we partnered with the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa, BADEA, who have now approved grant financing for a feasibility study in the beef sector for Botswana that will be conducted by ECA, working closely with SADC Secretariat and partners. This will be replicated to other SADC member countries. We also plan to do similar work for the leather sector. In tandem is the energy regional value chain. We must approach energy solutions from a regional perspective to have significant impact. For example, SADC is using only 1% of the solar and wind energy potential. This means that SADC can be a continental energy provider with the development of this value chain alone. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the second area of opportunity is food security. There is no reason why Africa should import food to the tune of over 120 billion US dollars per year when SADC can be Africa's breadbasket. This is also why we are embarking on the establishment of the Zambia-Zimbabwe Common Agro-Industrial Park, again working with BADEA, who have also approved grant financing for a study to move forward with this initiative. I'm glad that the president of BADEA himself is here in the room with us. Thank you very much. This is not just critical for SADC, but for the whole of the African continent. Thirdly is the minerals development. Our critical minerals can deliver fair and inclusive prosperity. Our fundamentals for the agenda are stronger than anywhere else in the world. But our window of opportunity is closing. We are using our study on the DRC Zambia Electric Battery Initiative as a proof of concept that we can and should drive mineral beneficiation, and we are working on a roadmap to translate this into a reality that will allow expansion to other minerals such as diamond. Finally, we must leverage technology. Our work with Botswana on the local small stock farm shows the benefits of using smart agriculture technologies for climate change adaptation. With the right investments, we can scale up innovations like this, and not just in the agriculture sector, but in health, education, finance, transport, and many more others. ECA is now developing a platform that showcases innovations across the continent, which can be accessed by all countries. This was one of the requests by member states at our last conference of finance ministers in March this year in the beautiful Victoria Falls. This year's conference of ministers of finance, planning, economic development, and governors of the central bank is chaired by the finance minister of Zimbabwe. These, notwithstanding, significant investments and critical infrastructure development is needed to unlock these opportunities. Governments alone cannot do this. The private sector can play its part with the right incentives and de-risking mechanisms. For us at ECA, we are working closely with the African Development Bank and regional partners to enhance de-risking mechanisms that promote successful public-private sector partnerships. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, let me emphasize that the impetus for rapid industrialization is not simply a question of convenience. It's a matter of absolute necessity. Homegrown solutions can help us address today's complex challenges. We are here because we believe we can do it. I'm convinced that each of the SADC member countries can be a cluster leader of innovation and breakthroughs, and ECA stands ready to partner with you on this journey. I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much to the Under-Secretary General and Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, His Excellency Clever Gatete. Your Majesty, Your Excellencies, distinguished heads of state and government, honorable vice presidents, first ladies, honorable ministers, ambassadors, distinguished delegates to this opening session. His Excellency Clever Gatete just spoke about the opportunities that are available for SADC to catapult itself to a global economic bloc. I was just reminded of some kind of competition that took place last year. Some British scientists had just dug about 10 meters. They discovered traces of copper, and they made a conclusion that some 200 years ago, their ancestors already had a telephone network. And then not to be outdone by the British, the Americans were also doing their own digging. They dug about 20 meters into the ground. They also discovered the traces of copper. So they then published in one of their journals that, in fact, the American ancestors had telephone network more than 250 years, 50 years earlier than the British. So there was a group of SADC citizens who also couldn't be outdone by the British and the Americans. So they put themselves together, went around the SADC, and they were digging, and they were digging, and they were digging. They dug up to 100 meters. They didn't find any traces of copper, and they made a remarkable conclusion, and it was published in one of the Cape Town journals, that in fact, more than 300 years ago, our ancestors already had a wireless network. So we do have a very good foundation to start from. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, would like to move on with the program. And just to remind those that are watching, we are live from the new Parliament building in Mount Hampton, the capital city of Zimbabwe, the host of this year's SADC Summit. It is tradition within SADC that a new president within the family must come forward and address the summit. So we do have a new president in our midst, and I'd like to invite him to take to the podium and address the 44th Ordinary SADC Summit. He's doing this for the first time. Distinguished delegates, allow me to invite the President of the Republic of Namibia to come to the podium and deliver his maiden statement to the 44th Ordinary SADC Summit. His Excellency Nangolo Mbumba. Please proceed to that one that is reserved for distinguished delegates like yourself. Another round of applause is the President of Namibia. His Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba walks to the podium. I thank you.
Your Majesty, King Swati III of the Kingdom of Eswatini, Your Excellency João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço, President of the Republic of Angola and Chairperson of SADC, Your Excellency Dr. Emmerson Dabuzo Mnangagwa, President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, incoming Chairperson of SADC, and the host of the 44th SADC Summit of Head of State and Government. Your Excellency Felix Antoine Tshisekedi Tshilombo, President of the Republic of Democratic Republic, President of the Democratic Republic of Congo, and outgoing Chairperson of SADC. Your Excellency Hakainde Hichilema, President of the Republic of Zambia, and Chairperson of SADC Organ on Politics, Defense, and Security Cooperation, Your Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, and incoming Chairperson of the SADC Organ on Politics, Defense, and Security Cooperation, Your Excellencies, SADC Heads of State and Government, Your Excellency General Chiwenga, Vice President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Your Excellency Colonel Mahodi, Vice President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Your Excellency Mr. Elias Mahotsi, the Executive Secretary of SADC, Your Excellency Ambassadors and High Commissioners and members of the Diplomatic Corps, members of the medias, our gracious First Ladies, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor and privilege for me to participate in the 44th Ordinary Summit of Head of State and Government and the Organ Troika Summit of the Southern African Development Community, convening under the theme, and I quote, promoting innovation to unlock opportunities for sustainable economic growth and development towards and industrialize SADC, end of quote. Allow me to express my deepest gratitude to Your Excellency Dr. Emmerson Dabuzo Mnangagwa, President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, on your assumption of the chairmanship of SADC. I am confident that under your able leadership, we will witness the continuation of the collective efforts and progress that we all aspire to see in the SADC region. Your Excellencies, I assume, thank you, Your Excellencies, I assume the office of President of the Republic of Namibia on the 4th of February this year, in the wake of one of the most challenging and harrowing moments in the history of post-independence Namibia, following the passing on of His Excellency Dr. Hage Gottfried Geingob, our late president. The legacy of President Geingob is marked by his unwavering commitment to regional integration, peace, and economic development. Namibians are grateful for the solidarity and support Your Excellencies and the fraternal people of your respective countries extended to the Namibian people during that difficult period. We will never forget your warm display of solidarity during our moment of need and sorrow. While on this sad subject matter of bereavement and loss, allow me to convey our heartfelt condolences to the government and people of the Republic of Malawi following the tragic death of on the 10th of June this year of the Right Honorable Dr. Saulos Chilima, Vice President of the Republic of Malawi. Similarly, I would like also to convey our sincere condolences to the government and people of the United Republic of Tanzania on the passing of His Excellency Mzee Ali Hassan Mwinyi, the second President of the United Republic of Tanzania, on February 29, 2024. We salute these departed souls of Africa for their steadfast leadership and admirable service to their countries and to SADC region at large. Your Excellencies, as President of the Republic of Namibia, I shall continue where my predecessors left off by remaining committed to the goals and principles of our regional organization and the aspirations of our people. Furthermore, I will tirelessly endeavor to play my part in ensuring that their dreams and hopes for a better future will materialize into a region characterized by peace, unity, and economic prosperity. I join you in discharging this cardinal responsibility of contributing to the advancement of initiatives and programs aimed at fostering economic growth and addressing regional challenges for betterment of the living conditions of our people. In the interest of advancing our developmental goals in the midst of continuous challenges this year, the Republic of Namibia is co-facilitating, alongside with the Federal Republic of Germany, the Summit of the Future during the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly. Namibia has taken on this important role as a representative of the Global South. I can assure you that Namibia has accepted this task with utmost dedication and willingness to add our collective voice to that, so that we inclusively build a better world for the current and for the future generations. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Namibia is scheduled to hold presidential and National Assembly elections on the 27th of November this year. I am pleased to inform the summit that SADC Electoral Advisory Council has just concluded its goodwill mission to the Republic of Namibia, a nation that has enjoyed more than 34 years of peace and stability. We remain committed to the SADC principles and guidelines for democratic elections, and we respect their findings and will pay attention to their advice and recommendations. Your Excellencies, I wish to reiterate that the objectives of the Regional Strategic Indicative Development Plan 2020-2050 cannot be achieved if the fundamental pillars of peace, security, and good governance is compromised. Our region is still faced with persistent security challenges in the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo, following the resurgence of conflict and activities of armed groups, including the M23. This is a source of great concern for the region, as it poses a potential threat for the regional peace and security. It therefore requires a collective effort and strong political will for us to ensure that peace comes to the people of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Let me extend our sincere condolences to the government whose brave sons and daughters have sacrificed their lives while deployed in the SADC mission in Mozambique, SAMIM, and the democratic mission and the SADC mission in the Democratic Republic of Congo. They lost their lives in support of the noble efforts of the government of the Republic of Mozambique and the government of the Democratic Republic of Congo to combat violent conflict and instability in our two sister republics. I commend all member states for providing resources and materials in support of SAMIM objective. Due to these collective efforts, the situation in Cabo Delgado has normalized, and the displaced persons are returning to their places of origin. In conclusion, let me express my gratitude to our Executive Secretary of SADC, Mr. Elias Mpedi Mahosi, and the Secretariat for their commitment to serve our organization and the people of our region. I wish as well all fruitful deliberation as we collectively seek to improve the lives of our peoples and set the future of our region on a trajectory of democracy, peace, and stable development. Asante sana, merci beaucoup, muito obrigado, and I thank everybody else.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you, Your Excellency. At this point, we are now going to witness the winners of the SADC Media Awards competition, essay competition, secondary school essay competition, and SADC tertiary institution essay competitions. These are among our activities aimed at enhancing awareness of SADC. So I will begin with the winners of the secondary school essay competition, who were writing on the theme, on the topic, how can human and financial capital drive industrial development in the SADC region? This was in line with the 43rd SADC Summit theme. So for the third prize, the winner is Lompo Mokena from the Kingdom of Lesotho. In the second position, we have Ms. Emilia Kabungon Santa from the Republic of Zambia. The first prize goes to Mr. Lekoko David Santi from the Kingdom of Lesotho. Then we now move on to the winners for the 2024 SADC Tertiary Institution Essay Competition. Again, in the third position, we have Mr. Nswaki Susan from the second position, again, Lesotho. And the first position goes to Republic of Malawi, Mr. Daniel Kawonga. We move on to the 2024 Media Awards winners. I'll start with the television category. In the second position, we have Mr. Henani Korea, Republic of Angola. First position in television, we have Mr. Leswana Moeti from the Kingdom of Lesotho again. Print category, in the second position, we have Mr. Joseph Banda, Republic of Zambia. The first position, print category, we have Ms. Deborah Musanyare Matavu, Republic of Zimbabwe. Photo category, first prize, Republic of South Africa, Ms. Fikile Nectar Marakara. First position in the photo category, Republic of Zimbabwe, Mr. Hunda Kudakwashe. Radio category, second prize, Republic of South Africa, Mr. Benjamin Moshatama. And the first prize, radio, last but not the least, again, Kingdom of Lesotho. Mr. Leswama Moeti. We would like to congratulate the winners of this competition. Thank you. At this point, I'm going to invite my co-host, Edie Superman Dwanzira, to come and announce the next item. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Barbara Lopi, all the way from Zambia, and working for the SADC Secretariat in Botswana. I'm very proud to be a citizen of SADC and to be associated with Lesotho. Especially after they scooped a lot of prizes. Please give the winners another round of applause. At this moment, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to invite the current SADC chairman, His Excellency João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço, President of the Republic of Angola, to deliver his statement, and soon after his statement, we will witness the handover of the chairmanship to His Excellency President Mnangagwa of Zimbabwe. Please put your hands together for the SADC chairman, His Excellency João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço of Angola.
Sua Excelência Emerson.
Your Excellency Emerson Mnangagwa, President of the Republic of Zimbabwe and incoming chairperson of SADC and the host of the 44th SADC Summit of Heads of State and Government. Your Excellency Hakainde Hichilema, President of the Republic of Zambia and chairperson of SADC Organ on Politics, Defense and Security Cooperation. Your Majesty King Mswati III, Your Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania and incoming chair of SADC Organ on Politics, Defense and Security Cooperation. Your Excellency Felix Antoine Tshisekedi Chilombo, President of the Democratic Republic of Congo and outgoing chairperson of SADC. Your Excellency Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia and outgoing chairperson of the SADC Organ on Politics, Defense and Security Cooperation. Your Excellency, heads of states and government of SADC and their representatives. Your Excellency Clara Gatete, Executive Secretary of UNECA. Your Excellency Akimwini Adesina, Chairperson, President of the Africa Development Bank. Your Excellency Frederick Chava, Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Trade of the Republic of Zimbabwe and Chairperson of SADC Council of Ministers. Your Excellency Elias Mahosi, Executive Secretary of SADC, distinguished members of the diplomatic corps accredited in Zimbabwe, ladies and gentlemen. It is a distinguished honor as chair of SADC that I take the floor to address you at this 44th time that the highest authorities of SADC meet to reflect on the objectives and targets set out by the community with regards to the achievements achieved last year and the opportunities we have, as well as the challenges that we have to surmount as a collective. I would like to profoundly thank President Emerson Mnangagwa and the people of the Republic of Zimbabwe for having agreed to host this important summit and for their warm welcome and exceptional hospitality that has been accorded to all delegations ever since our arrival to this beautiful country. I would like to take this opportunity to officially welcome His Excellency Nangolo Mbumba, who is attending this summit for the first time as President of the Republic of Namibia. I would like to reiterate on behalf of all heads of states of SADC our congratulations to Your Excellency and to the people of the Republic of Namibia, who have, in a very exemplary way, has carried out the transfer of power in your country after the sad passing of our late friend and companion Hage Geingob. We will continue working together with the same spirit as usual to face the current and future challenges of our organization, hoping to together build a prosperous future for all SADC citizens. Allow me to say as well that last year we have seen a number of unfortunate events like the passing of the former president of Namibia, as well as other notable people who have contributed, who have tenaciously fought for a better future of our region. I would like to invite everyone to stand up for a minute of silence as a homage to the leaders and the brave soldiers who have departed.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much.
Excelências, minhas senhoras,
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's been exactly 1 year that the Republic of Angola took the chairmanship of SADC with the commitment of proceeding with the industrialization agenda that has started on the 44th summit of SADC held here in Zimbabwe, when the organization took the bold decision of placing industrialization at the center of its regional integration agenda, and with the drafting of the strategy and roadmap for SADC industrialization. To spur on this agenda, the summit adopted the theme Human Capital, Key Drivers Towards Sustainable Industrialization of SADC region. Since one of our major objectives is the skills that allow for access to jobs and allow for our region to be ready for the challenges of the fourth industrial revolution. In applying this theme, we have worked with the Secretariat in order to support member states in promoting and developing value chains that are key for production and processing of agriculture, pharmaceutical, mining products to strengthen and maximize regional benefits. Based on this, I welcome the fact that under the next leadership of the Republic of Zimbabwe, we will still count on the dynamic nature of this country to push this industrialization agenda so that we can consolidate the gains that we've had so far with the adoption of this theme of promoting innovation to unlock opportunities for sustainable economic growth and development towards industrialized SADC. With this theme, I am absolutely sure that our region will take advantage of science, technology, and innovation to spur on industrialization as a key driver for socio-economic transformation, which will be seen in this southern area, southern part of Africa. Since human resources are key for the development of these value chains and for an industrialization, a sustainable industrialization, our region has had some significant progress in operationalizing the SADC University in order to develop and maintain human capital to meet the technical and technological needs of our efforts aimed at industrialization. On the other hand, I would like to state that currently our region has a deficit in terms of infrastructure financing well over 30 billion US dollars. So we need to proceed as fast as possible in operationalizing the Regional Development Fund, which was one of the major objectives of the chairmanship that is ending today, in order to support industrial development, social and human development, as well as the development of infrastructure, so that we can sustain the development of our region. I would like to take advantage of this opportunity to appeal to the private sector, financing institution and ICPs to join us and support with resources the implementation of some of our regional projects that are key and cover strategic areas which are in the Regional Indicative Development Plan for 2020 to 2030. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, under the development to support regional integration, during the chairmanship that ends today, our region has seen considerable progress in the energy, transport, water resource, shared water resources, ITC, and weather. Based on this, I think it is important to state that SADC region currently has 86% of mobile network coverage, which is very close to the 95% objective for 2030. The internet coverage is estimated at 54%, meaning more than half of our population has access to this form of communication. All this is as a result of the dynamic collaboration between the member states who have organized themselves to invest in digital infrastructure and reduce service costs in these areas and promoting digital literacy. With regards to energy resources, it is important to ensure in our region access to energy at reasonable prices, so we can spur the industrialization and create more opportunities in the region. A population with access to electricity, was way below the levels that have been set as objectives. In some member states, it was possible to get to 100% access, but there are others where we had, unfortunately, less than 20%. It is important to highlight that the power generation capacity in most member states of our region does not meet the needs since 2008, except Angola, Mozambique, Tanzania, where in April 2024 there was a surplus of energy when compared to the current consumption of energy in these countries. Access to this surplus has not been possible due to the low expansion of transmission networks and lack of interconnectors for all that can connect all member states of the region. Taking into account the low access to these resources, to this resource, which is energy, our region needs to continue investing in energy infrastructure to increase production, transmission and diversification of energy sources, and adopt sustainable practices that are crucial for a proper supply of energy, promote economic development, and build a more prosperous SADC region. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we cannot talk about an integrated region without free movement of people in the region. By so doing, through our borders, we can promote economic development, social development, and cultural exchanges. And it's based on this fact that I noted that last year we have had so many efforts to improve the free movement of goods and people in our region. Some member states have introduced visa exemptions, and others have abolished visa requirement for all member states of SADC. It is heartwarming to know that we are taking firm steps to remove barriers and restrictions to the free movement of people and goods. We have to highlight the cooperation between all member states of SADC with regards to the creation of one-stop border posts in order to simplify and facilitate the movement amongst us. A number of such posts have been created in borders between Zambia and Zimbabwe, Botswana and Zambia, Malawi and Zambia, Tanzania and Zambia, and all together this helps in creating the necessary conditions to ease the movement of people, inter-regional trade, and a number of other factors which are important for development, and of which I'd like to highlight the cost of transport in our area. And under these efforts, we also have the Lubito Corridor, which is an important infrastructure in Angola, which will allow to link the DRC, Zambia, to the Atlantic Ocean, through which they'll be able to send raw materials, goods and services in a way that would encourage competition. And this facility will create dynamics that would stimulate regional economic growth, not only for the countries that are linked to it, but also for other countries that are part of SADC. I would like to add to these factors that I've mentioned. There's also tourism, which has slowed down significantly during the COVID-19 period, which has since then been increasing exponentially, taking its place as an important contributor to economic growth and the GDP. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our region faces major challenges which are complex, and they require from us effort and special attention to face diseases and natural disasters that scourged Southern Africa. It is good to highlight the efforts of member states, and they do so in a determined way to reduce the number of cases of HIV, AIDS, and we have had a number of results which are heartwarming, as we have a reduction in the number of new infections between 2010 and 2022. These results deserve our applause, but we need to continue working on sensitizing the youth so as to take on behavior that keeps them safe and thereby avoid the spread of the disease amongst them. In February, I hosted an extraordinary summit of heads of state and government on the cholera situation in the region, and together we took measures to contain its spread and ensure the health and well-being of our populations. Based on these decisions, it was possible to contain the spread of cholera and support people in communities that have been affected by this disease. His Excellency Hakainde Hichilema, the President of the Republic of Zambia, has successfully led the fight against cholera in SADC region as a regional champion against cholera. Our heartfelt thanks for these efforts. With regards to health, I'd like to also highlight the fact that we also had success that's noteworthy in the fight against malaria, and the incidence rate has reduced significantly. During this year, when I was at the helm of our organization, we had to deal with a number of other situations that required collective action. And we've held a virtual virtual summit in May on natural disasters, which implies prioritizing infrastructure and reduce the vulnerability of our people, the people in our region. At this summit, in which we touched on drought, floods resulting from El Nino, we launched a regional humanitarian appeal for SADC aimed at mobilizing at least $5.5 billion to complement the national resources of affected member states. I would like to say that the amounts mobilized so far are unfortunately well below the estimated amounts, and I would like to therefore reiterate this appeal to regional and international partners, to the private sector and member states to redouble their efforts so that we can achieve the amounts that we need and provide help to our people who are affected by El Nino phenomenon. We have received from experts of our region some information of possible new occurrences in the coming years of drought, cyclones, landslides, wildfires, and the rise of sea level as a result of climate change and a number of other factors. In order to protect ourselves against such situations, last year the SADC Humanitarian Operations Center has been operationalized, which will help in coordinating the preparation, response, and rapid recovery from disasters, under the support that will be given to affected member states that are affected by natural disasters. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the issues of peace and security of our region are still at the center of our attention, and they are part of the priority issues of SADC, and we have made all necessary effort to maintain a climate of peace and tranquility in Southern Africa, which prevails, although we have some conflict in Eastern DRC, which is a challenge that we are trying to address, and we have good prospects on it. Taking into account the understandings that the agreements that have been reached in this region between the DRC and Rwanda from the 8th of August, we will work towards the negotiation and the signing of a definitive peace agreement. The Republic of Angola, as a mediator, has submitted to Rwanda and the DRC a draft peace agreement, which is being reviewed by the two countries, and it will be discussed and negotiated between ministerial delegations of the Republic of the DRC and Rwanda as from the 20th August 2024 in Luanda. We would like to highlight the role of the chair of the organ has played in order to carry out this mission, SADC mission in the DRC, in order to have a positive contribution to the creation of an environment that allows for mitigating the conflict factors. There is also the situation of the security situation in Cabo Delgado province in Mozambique, in which on the 4th July this year, the SADC mission has come to an end, and this mission has played an important role in helping Mozambique in facing terrorism and extremist violence, violent extremism, and we have been able to address the issue. At the end of the mission in Mozambique is not the end of our commitment to continue supporting the efforts of this sister country aimed at having peace, which is necessary for the progress of the country. In this globalized world, SADC pays attention to peace and security issues throughout the world, without which all efforts to ensure food security will be compromised. It is therefore urgent to end the war in Sudan, given the serious consequences on the lives of people who are facing one of the worst humanitarian catastrophes. There is the destruction of infrastructure in the country, and given its location and the size of the country, it is a major threat to the countries of Great Lakes and the Eastern Bloc. Peace has to be negotiated with all parties in that conflict in order to address the current situation and afford the country an opportunity to reconstruct, to rebuild, and ensure the return of displaced persons to come and develop their economy. We also defend the end to the war in Ukraine through negotiations that respect the principles of independence and sovereignty of countries as per the international law and the UN Charter. Having condemned the attacks on the 7th October 2023 against Israeli citizens, we also condemn the genocide that the country is witnessing in the Gaza Strip against the Palestinians, and the main victims are women, children, hospitalized persons. There's a need to negotiate peace, to end the war, free Israeli hostages, and Palestinian prisoners as per the terms set out by the UN to end this conflict, which drags on for years, since the 50s. That was last century. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this opportunity to underline the role of SADC in building the basis for regional integration. And there's been effort to promote socio-economic development of all its 16 member states. Having been given the honor of chairing SADC over 12 months, I've been able to see the efforts we have we've been applying to improve the situation in all member states and in the lives of its people. All results that have been achieved are based on the selfless work of the Secretariat led by His Excellency Mr. Makosi, who have not spared efforts in supporting tirelessly my chairmanship that I've exercised up until now. I'm now coming to the end of this term, and I am sure that the decisions from this summit, the 44th, will strengthen our collective action to surmount obstacles and face challenges we have in future to bring about a better future for our region as we want it to be industrialized, peaceful, inclusive, competitive, and of middle-high income, in which all citizens have an economic well-being, justice and freedom as we set out in the 2050 SADC vision. It is now my honor and privilege to transfer the chairmanship, to hand over the chairmanship to my brother Emerson Mnangagwa, President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, who surely will apply all his knowledge in a committed manner in promoting initiatives that will help in accelerating our efforts for a deeper regional integration, sustainable development, peace and security. Allow me Your Excellencies to invite His Excellency Emerson Dambuzo Mnangagwa, the new chairperson of SADC, to come for the official handover ceremony. Thank you very much to everyone.
Your Excellency, we request their Excellencies to just come in the center. We are now going to witness the handing over of the chair from the Republic of Angola to the Republic of Zimbabwe. And the chairperson, Republic of Angola, His Excellency, Dr. Mr. João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço, is going to give the chairpersonship pin to His Excellency, Dr. Emerson Mnangagwa. The pin is engraved with his name and his title as chairperson of SADC. In addition to the pin, he's also going to hand over the gavel. The Republic of Angola is handing over the gavel, which is one of the instruments of power, which we use to make decisions. May I ask President Mnangagwa to just show the audience that indeed he has received the gavel? Thank you. Thank you. Before we invite the new chairperson of SADC to address us, may I request the audience to just give us 2 rounds of applause, one for Angola to thank them, and another for the Republic of Zimbabwe.
Beautiful. Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. It's a deserved round of applause. We just witnessed a smooth handover of power. Let me, at this juncture, distinguished delegates, Your Majesty, distinguished heads of state and government, our honorable vice presidents, our first ladies, Speaker of Parliament, President of the Senate, President of the Pan-African Parliament, members of the Diplomatic Corps, and all esteemed delegates. Allow me at this juncture to now invite the newly minted chairman of SADC, His Excellency, His Excellency, President Dr. Emmerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, to make his acceptance speech.
The First Lady, Amai Dr. Auxilia Mnangagwa, Your Majesty, King Mswati III of the Kingdom of Eswatini, Your Excellency Joao Lourenço, President of the Republic of Angola and outgoing Chairperson of SADC, Your Excellency Samia Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania and the Chairperson of the Organ on Politics, Defense and Security Cooperation, Your Excellency Hakainde Hichilema, President of the Republic of Zambia and outgoing Chairperson of the Organ on Politics, Defense and Security Cooperation, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, and the Heads of Delegations, Your Excellency, Chairperson of the SADC Panel of Elders, former President Jakaya Kikwete, Your Excellencies, First Ladies here present, Vice President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Honorable General Retired Dr. C. Julian Chwenga, Vice President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Honorable Colonel Retired KCD Moadi, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, International Trade, and Chairperson of the SADC Council of Ministers, Ambassador Frederick Shawa, Honorable Ministers and various political leaders of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Your Excellency, my dear brother, Elias Magosi, SADC Executive Secretary, Your Excellency, Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, Ambassador Clever Gatete, Your Excellencies, Heads of Regional Economic Communities and international organizations who are here, Your Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, senior officials and delegates from SADC member states, distinguished guests, members of the media, fellow SADC citizens, may I express my profound appreciation to His Excellency João Lourenço, President of the Republic of Angola, for the astute and visionary leadership in steering our organization as chairperson of SADC during the past year. We heartily commend him for ably navigating the various challenges we faced and for ensuring that the integration agenda of our region remained on course. On behalf of the people and government of Zimbabwe, I take over the mantle of chairmanship as chairperson of SADC with humility and grace. I look forward, Your Excellencies, to your invaluable support and drawing from your vast experiences and counsel as we advance our regional agenda for the benefit of our SADC citizens. Allow me to also acknowledge the dedication and leadership demonstrated by His Excellency Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, President of the Republic of Zambia, in his capacity as the chairperson of the Organ on Politics, Defense and Security Cooperation. The organ remains a critical cog in nurturing unity, constitutionalism, democracy, and the rule of law, as well as peace and security in line with the founding values, ethos, and principles of SADC. Similarly, I congratulate His Excellency Samia Hassan, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, for her assumption of the stewardship over the organ of politics, defense, and security cooperation. Rest assured of my full support, my dear President. Your Majesty, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this year's theme, and I quote, promoting innovation to unlock opportunities for sustainable economic growth and development towards an industrialized SADC, end of quote, brings to the fore the role of innovation in sustained economic transformation and development. It is a clarion call for our respective countries to leverage the region's human capital to spur technology and innovation that will leapfrog the modernization and industrialization of SADC towards a higher quality of life of our citizens. To this end, it has become critically important and urgent to harness the potential of innovation to produce goods and services through value addition and a beneficiation of our rich mineral and related natural resources. The peoples of the region fought for our liberation, freedom, and independence, as well as the economic value of our land and that which is under it. The time is now. We must realize maximum value from our God-given rich natural endowments. The importance of developing innovative strategies across all sectors of our economies to accelerate the realization of our collective development agenda cannot be overemphasized. This is more so as the fourth industrial revolution continues to impact and transform the way we operate and execute our work. Our SADC bloc cannot afford to fall behind in the new and the fast-changing frontier of science, technology, and innovation. These aspects are prerequisites for increased productivity and indeed the bedrock upon which other parts of the world, industrialized countries, developed on. Let us therefore match our aspirations set out in the SADC Industrialization Strategy and Roadmap 2015 to 2063 with concrete and real actions. It is pleasing that the successful SADC Industrialization Week and Investment Forum provided a public-private engagement platform where participants discussed and shared innovative approaches. The 7th SADC public lecture also helped to raise public awareness on the critical role of innovation in promoting and deepening the SADC regional integration efforts. Stakeholders across the region are exhorted to scale up people-to-people and business-to-business exchanges for enhanced synergies and collaboration. Our institutions of higher learning, the academia, scientists, and innovators must equally strengthen linkages to further drive the innovation, modernization, and industrialization of our region. In the case of Zimbabwe, we have set up several innovation hubs at all our state universities and related institutions of higher learning. These have achieved remarkable success in developing a sense of self-belief, skills, and competencies. Further, initiatives under the programs have transformed livelihoods, communities, and the economy as a whole through the production of appropriate goods and services for our people. The need to ensure that our youth and entrepreneurs, including women, fully embrace the technology and innovation revolution should be one of our key priorities in the region. Through purposeful collaboration in the ICT sector, we can advance our collective interests as a region, including closing the digital divide. As the current crop of leaders, we have a weighty responsibility to facilitate a conducive environment for our citizenry to thrive and do their part for the realization of the modern industrialized SADC we all want. No one and no country should be left behind. Your Majesty, Excellencies, and distinguished guests, the democracy, independence, and freedom being enjoyed by the peoples of the region were paid for through the sweat, tears, and the blood of yesteryear heroes and heroines, as well as sons and daughters of SADC. We have a sacred duty to honor them all by jealously guarding and defending our sovereignty and the right to economic self-determination as a people. We are a proud Southern African people with a rich history and a brighter future for ourselves. Let us never sacrifice our unity, solidarity, or African culture for political or economic expediency. Ultimately, the burden and responsibility to build our countries and the region as a whole for sustainable prosperity lies with us and nobody else. the great people of SADC. In Zimbabwe, our development philosophy is that it's better in Shona. I'll translate in English. In Zimbabwe, our development philosophy is that a country is built, should be governed, and should be prayed for by its own people. We say, Nyika inovakwa, igotongwa, igonamatirwa, nevenevai. Likewise, our region SADC will be modernized and industrialized by its own citizens through our individual and collective efforts. Those who seek to help us are welcome. However, they must do so on our terms, guided by our priorities and respecting our respective sovereignties. I therefore challenge my fellow citizens of the region to remain unapologetic and confident in who we are as a people and in our God-given abilities as a people. Through unity and hard, honest work, nothing is impossible. Your Excellencies, regrettably, the region continues to experience climate change-induced natural disasters, which have had far-reaching negative impacts on human and food security. In light of the lessons learned, investments in transformative agriculture and food systems must be scaled up. Through robust climate mitigation strategies and resilience-building mechanisms, we must continually strive to be a region capable of feeding ourselves. The full operationalization of the SADC Humanitarian and Emergency Center must be given due attention. During our wars of liberation, we shared trenches and our countries to dislodge the racist colonial regimes for the realization of our independence and freedom. Now, in plenty and in luck, in good times and in bad times, we shall continue to stand as one united and indivisible SADC. In accelerating the modernization and industrialization of our countries, the broadening and expansion of our energy infrastructure, with particular emphasis on renewables, is critically important. As developing countries, we contribute the least to global carbon emissions, and yet we are the most affected. In an endeavor to promote the green agenda, my government is broadening our country's energy mix. This has seen the generation of energy from waste, along with other renewable energy sources. One such facility which converts waste to energy is the Geopomona Waste Management Plant. A visit to the facility has been arranged as part of our program on the 18th of August, which is perhaps tomorrow. Your Majesty, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as I assume the chairmanship of SADC, I'm aware of the historic and momentous role played by our founding fathers and their vision for a united, independent, integrated, peaceful, and prosperous region. It is indeed most opportune that this fourth ordinary SADC summit is convening a few days after we commemorated our 44th National Heroes Day on 12th August 2024 here in Zimbabwe. We remain mindful that the protracted struggle for the liberation of our beloved motherland, Zimbabwe, would have never been realized without the support of our brothers and sisters in our region, as well as other progressive countries from beyond. We are forever grateful. It is in this unquenchable spirit that Zimbabwe is pleased to invite Your Excellencies and your esteemed delegations to witness the unveiling of the SADC Liberation Square, which is located within the premises of the Museum of African Liberation. This true story of our rich liberation heritage must be preserved and told to present and future generations through our own African narratives. For a people without knowledge of their history, their origin or their culture are like trees without roots. Earlier this year, our region was saddened by the passing on of the President of the Republic of Namibia, His Excellency Comrade Hage Geingob. He was a liberation hero, visionary statesman, and a pragmatic leader who served not only the people of Namibia, but SADC as a whole. A staunch defender of African independence, freedom and non-interference in our internal affairs, his unwavering commitment to justice, dignity, and equality will be treasured for posterity. May his soul continue to rest in eternal peace. Your Excellencies, Your Majesty, it is my humble and sincere hope that the SADC year ahead will enable us to accelerate the implementation of regional projects and programs. These include those related to cross-border energy projects, transport infrastructure development, as well as climate proofing, our agriculture, and growing our manufacturing, tourism, SMEs, among other critical sectors of our respective economies. As member states, let us double efforts through innovation to improve on our implementation scoreboard, while scaling up the regional industrialization integration agenda. None of our countries must be left behind. As I conclude, may I once again express my sincere appreciation to you all for your calls for the immediate and unconditional lifting of the illegal sanctions imposed on Zimbabwe by our detractors in the West. We strongly condemn the use of sanctions and other coercive measures as a foreign political tool against developing countries. By the same token, allow me to call for the end of the conflict in Palestine and appeal for the respect of United Nations resolutions on the two-state solution. Similarly, the independence of the peoples of the Western Sahrawi is long overdue. Zimbabwe is a friend to all and an enemy to none. We firmly believe in dialogue and diplomacy as the sustainable route for the resolution of any conflict or any disputes. We thus stand ready to play our part for consolidating peace, unity, security, and stability of our SADC region, and silencing the guns on our African motherland continent. Going forward, as I humbly assume this chairmanship of our august bloc SADC, I want to assure the people of our SADC region that Zimbabwe will continue to advance the cherished founding principles, the values, the goals and objectives envisioned by the great luminaries and the founding fathers of our region. A luta continua, victory is certain. 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 Is certain With these remarks, may I once again welcome you, Your Majesty, Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, and wish you all a productive and fruitful summit and stay in Zimbabwe. Long live SADC unity, long live solidarity, long live our independence and freedom, long live African unity. God bless you all. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We may take our seats. Once again, congratulations to His Excellency, Dr. Emmerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa, President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, on the assumption of duty as chairman of SADC. I was going to say, allow me on my own behalf, on behalf of my family, to be the first one to congratulate him, but I think I'm among the top table to congratulate him. So congratulations, Mr. President. This concludes the opening session of this 44th SADC Summit of Heads of State and Government. At this juncture, I would like to make some announcements that will help us proceed to the next activities. With regards to the summit, at 2 p.m., His Majesty, distinguished heads of state and government, will proceed to a closed session in the National Assembly Hall. And they will emerge from there for a closing ceremony in the same hall at 5 p.m. From now, we will now proceed to lunch, and the first to leave the room will be His Majesty, our Excellencies, the heads of state and government, followed by the First Ladies. They will proceed to the holding room from where they will be directed to lunch. After that, they will be followed by the Honorable Vice President, Dr. C.G. Dian Chiwenga, and Comrade Kembo Mohadi, Vice President, and the Speaker of the National Assembly, Comrade Jacob Mdenda, Speaker of Senate, Comrade Mabel Chinomona, as well as the President of the Pan-African Parliament, Chief Fortune Charumbira. We will all live in an orderly manner, just as organized as SADC is, and we will live in alphabetical order. So after the heads of state and government have left, the First Ladies, our Vice Presidents, and the front row, we will then move country by country, starting with Angola, Botswana, Comoros, Democratic Republic of Congo, Swaziland, Lesotho, Eswatini. Lesotho, Madagascar, Malawi, Mauritius, Mozambique, Namibia, Seychelles, South Africa, Tanzania, Zambia, last but not least, and this is our tradition, Zimbabwe, you leave last because we are the hosts. I therefore wish to thank you.
Mombera and Butler, of course, giving us the appreciation of a few acknowledgements of the transition that has just taken place with Zimbabwe finally now, of course, holding on a chairship of the 44th SADC Summit. However, it is now that the work truly begins. Still joined in studio, I'm with Mr. Elton Aziki, political analyst, and I'm sure you're following the presentations that were being made, rather, by former chair of the SADC committee, President of Angola, President Lorenzo, and then, of course, also the acceptance speech by His Excellency the President, Comrade Emerson Mnangagwa, as you can see on the screens, him leaving the main hall in Mount Hampton to go and make their way for lunch, which should be ready for them. But the closed door talks that will be taking place right now, maybe if you could be a fly on the wall for us and peer in to what some of the areas of focus would be.
What is interesting, Farah, is that from the welcome remarks from the presentation by the Executive Secretary of the SADC Secretariat, the presentation by the outgoing chair, and the acceptance speech by the incoming chair, which is His Excellency, Comrade Mnangagwa, you'll see that there is a thread that resonates with the appreciation of what SADC must do.
Sure.
And I think there's a realization that has occurred in terms of an awakening to say, really, this is what we must be doing, and collectively together. And that emphasis on making sure that there is continued unity, peace and cohesion, not to be divided, a SADC that is concrete.
Yeah.
And this is something that I think all member SADC states will build on to in the closed door sessions, as well as appreciating the key points that have been raised firstly by the Executive Secretary of the SADC Secretariat, and were also amplified by the outgoing chair.
Right.
That there needs to be operationalization of the SADC fund, to make sure that there is a fund that is created, that is built to support the efforts of SADC's industrialization and developmental agenda, as well as meeting the socio-economic needs of its people that are related to education, health, and the provision and fight against food insecurity as well as poverty.
Talking about that fund, you spoke of, I think we noticed 6 member states in support, 1 ratification from Angola. Maybe you could just give the general audience an appreciation of the implications around that.
Yes, the acceptance and non-ratification of the proposed setup of a fund for SADC, which has been ratified by Angola and 8 other states that have accepted it, mean that there still work needs to be done, because we are at 50% of acceptance.
Sure.
And so the issues of awareness in terms of conscientizing why it is important to back up your talk with substance, it gives deliverables that fruition, that realization, that tangibility.
Right. So in essence, what would we then realize with this particular financing model? Would that mean that SADC members could now be able to access capital internally, not have to rely on the International Monetary Fund or the World Bank as extensively as they have in the past, and would be able to capacitate themselves to ensure that development is realized?
Rightly said, rightly put. You know, Farai, when you have finances that you can control, when you have finances that you can generate, you are able then to use those resources for the work that you want to, which are in tandem with the industrialization agenda for SADC. And these initiatives speaks to the multipolar world that we are so seeking.
Yeah.
In the restructuring of the global financial architecture, which shifts from the Bretton Woods institutions, the Paris Club, and the World Bank, which we have always been relying as lenders of last resort. And this capacity will then dovetail and mix with the BRICS Bank that is also being proposed, with the African Development Bank that is in place, and we have these regional blocks that can then back each other up as supporters of or corresponding banks that give lending for key infrastructural projects. And the other added advantage to having that is that to having a SADC fund that we can tap into as member states is that it is an investment vehicle that other states out of the region can invest in.
Most definitely. Mr. Siki, it has been a pleasure engaging with you during the course of the opening engagements of the handover of chairship to Zimbabwe at the SADC Summit. We definitely do look forward to speaking to you again in future.
Thank you, Farai. Thank you for having me.
Now, of course, still extending in some of our discussions, we will be looking at a brief speech that was brought forward by the former chair with regards to the role and function of the SADC chair.
É com grande honra e privilégio que apresento as minhas felicitações neste ano de 2024 pela celebração do Dia da SADC, que tem constituído nestas últimas 3 décadas um dos símbolos da união e da solidariedade que caracterizam a nossa comunidade. Ao apreciar a nossa evolução como organização, ao longo de pouco mais de 30 anos, é imperioso que nos congratulemos pelo caminho que percorremos juntos, desde os anos 1980 até hoje, em que a SADC se revelou uma plataforma incontornável de defesa do nosso direito comum, a liberdade política, econômica e social, alicerçada numa forte solidariedade desenvolvida por força dos imensos desafios que temos vindo a enfrentar ombro a ombro. A realidade da SADC vai para além da simples instituição, por nos remeter também para a ideia do compromisso coletivo dos líderes que nos antecederam na construção do nosso espaço regional, assente num profundo espírito de concertação para conceber e implementar estratégias que nos permitam atingir o nosso principal objetivo, que é o de edificar uma comunidade de nações irmãs unidas pelo anseio comum, pelo desenvolvimento, por uma paz harmoniosa e pela prosperidade. Ao longo da nossa história, fomos superando obstáculos diversos, sempre unidos pela ideia compartilhada de que sem uma firme solidariedade entre nós, ficaríamos aquém das nossas perspectivas e das conquistas possíveis em todos os domínios, na base do nosso grande potencial. Possuímos uma memória comum rica de acontecimentos marcantes, em que sobressaíram sempre os sacrifícios consentidos para atingirmos o patamar em que hoje nos encontramos, cientes de que a nossa margem de progressão quase não tem limites. Evoluímos dos países da linha da frente, a nossa fonte fundacional, para a organização consistente que somos hoje, constituída por 16 Estados que, unidos, desenvolvem um papel relevante e pertinente em conjugação entre todas as suas forças vivas para enfrentar em conjunto os desafios cada vez mais complexos do século XXI, tendo como baluarte a sua juventude, que constitui o seu patrimônio mais precioso. Cientes desta evidência, foi com a preocupação de assegurar uma continuidade e consistência estratégica dentro da nossa organização que no ano passado propusemos o tema Capital Humano e Capital Financeiro, os principais fatores para a industrialização sustentável na região da SADC, com o objetivo de nos debruçarmos sobre esses eixos interdependentes e essenciais para a edificação de uma industrialização regional que queremos integrada, competitiva e sustentável. Unir estes dois fatores requer o nosso esforço permanente, focado no investimento massivo e qualitativo na educação e na formação, para dotar os nossos jovens não só de competências profissionais, mas também e, sobretudo, de ferramentas para poderem lidar com a preocupante polarização num mundo mais conectado e numa fase global de transição que abarca aspectos de ordem econômica, ambiental, política e social. É nossa convicção de que um verdadeiro ensino deverá focar-se muito mais no despertar das consciências do que na simples acumulação do conhecimento. À luz da nossa determinação em não pouparmos esforços para continuar a industrializar a nossa região, será necessário continuarmos a advogar, todos juntos, por uma alteração da arquitetura financeira internacional, de modo a que os nossos países, seja de maneira coletiva ou individual, beneficiem de um acesso mais justo aos mercados financeiros, o que permitiria um melhor equilíbrio entre governabilidade e competitividade internacional. Temos que estar atentos ao facto de que o aumento da população global, que no caso da região da SADC atingirá os 650 milhões de pessoas, criará desafios de grande complexidade, designadamente o da empregabilidade, num contexto de evolução tecnológica acelerada, que obrigará a camada mais jovem da nossa zona a dotar-se de capacidades que lhe permitam enfrentar o mercado do trabalho com possibilidades de sucesso. Os desafios que nos esperam são imensos e estaremos em melhores condições de os enfrentar se continuarmos a trilhar o caminho da integração através do reforço contínuo da SADC, que passa pela assinatura e ratificação célere dos instrumentos jurídicos da organização, bem como pela operacionalização efetiva de órgãos importantes como o Fundo de Desenvolvimento Regional, o Programa Regional para a Juventude e a Universidade da Transformação. Estou convicto de que o tema escolhido pela República do Zimbábue, que assumirá proximamente a presidência da nossa organização, promover a inovação para desbloquear oportunidades de crescimento econômico sustentado e de desenvolvimento rumo a uma SADC industrializada, constituirá uma força motriz no asseguramento da continuidade do nosso esforço para construir um setor industrial dinâmico e moderno.
Final summations are from the president of Angola, having the former chair and, of course, extended it to Zimbabwe. But at the same time, we're also appreciating that Zimbabwe has a lot of work to be done when it comes to steering for the next year. Wouldn't you say so, Farah?
Mana nathi belibona kubeke usenzakala sokuyenzakele phela sithi amhlophe ku Dr Emerson Mnangagwa osengumgcinisihlalo wenhlanganiso yeSADC khathesi besibona ophumayo umongameli wakwele Angola uJoão Lourenço ekhuluma phela ukuthi laloba ephe intambo umongameli uDr Emerson Mnangagwa uzaqhubela phambili besekela inhlelo eziqhutshwa inhlanganiso yeSADC. Ubuye futhi wakhuthaza ukuthi kube lokusetshenziswa kwemitshina yakulezi insuku njalo ilitsha lakhathesi kuleli leSADC liphatheke kunhlelo zentuthuko.
Yes, and then also considering some of the solidarity messages that have been brought forward by various dignitaries, representatives also in various ministries. We're looking forward to hearing, of course, some of those solidarity supporting message that are coming through. Let's have a listen.
The Minister of Veterans of the Liberation Struggle Affairs, Honorable Senator Monica Mavunga, the Deputy Minister, Honorable Senator Hadman Moyo, the Chief Director, Major General Retired Evaristo Ziwema, the Veterans of the Liberation Struggle Board, Heroes Dependence Assistance Board, and the entire management and staff extend heartfelt congratulations to you, Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Comrade Dr. E.D. Mnangagwa, on your esteemed assumption of the chairmanship of the Southern African Development Community SADC during the 44th Ordinary Summit of Heads of State and Government. Your ascendancy to this pivotal role under the theme Promoting Innovation to Unlock Opportunities for Sustained Economic Growth and Development towards an Industrialized SADC is testament to your visionary leadership and unwavering dedication to the progress and prosperity of our region. We are confident that your chairmanship will herald a new era of innovation, inclusive economic growth, and industrial development, fostering unity and collaboration among SADC member states as we share common values on nationalism and anti-colonial struggles. Your commitment to the recognition of heroes and heroines of liberation movements in the region has always been an inspiration. We are proud to stand with you as you lead SADC towards a brighter future, embodying the values of resilience, determination, and unity that has defined your leadership. May your tenure as SADC chairperson be marked by groundbreaking achievements and lasting contributions to the socio-economic advancement of our region. Congratulations, Makorokoto Amhlope.
The Revolutionary Party, ZANU-PF, through the length and breadth of its structures, namely the Elders Council, Politburo, Central Committee, War Veterans League, Main Wing, Women's and Youth Leagues, expresses profound congratulations to His Excellency, the President and First Secretary of ZANU-PF, Comrade Dr. Emmerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa, on his appointment as Chairperson of the Southern African Development Community, SADC. This is a feat which attests to his diplomatic acumen and a reinforcing gesture to his iconic Pan-African statesmanship. The new task also endorses his diplomatic genius as the mastermind of the engagement and re-engagement policy. ZANU-PF and all its gamut of affiliate groups are also confident that under Zimbabwe's chairmanship, the SADC region will enjoy unprecedented industrial growth and innovation. This is against a backdrop of the investment magnetic novelties that Zimbabwe has enjoyed under the tried and tested servant leadership of our head of state and government, Commander-in-Chief of the Zimbabwe Defense Forces. His exemplary inclination to inclusive governance, fostering peace and social cohesion, enhances the foundational principles of the regional organ. His decades of service to the continent, which dates back to his teenage involvement in the late Dr. Kenneth Kaunda-led United National Independence Party, UNIP, will provide a wealth of wisdom to strengthen the core mission and functions of SADC. ZANU-PF also prides itself in the leadership provided by His Excellency, President Comrade Dr. E.D. Mnangagwa, towards the successful hosting of the 44th Ordinary SADC Heads of State and Government Summit in Harare. Under his guidance, Zimbabwe continues to be repositioned as a citadel of diplomacy and an iconic tower of innovation and industrialization. City Amhlope, Makorokoto, congratulations. Pamberi ne ZANU-PF. Pambili nge ZANU-PF. Forward with ZANU-PF. Nyika inovakwa nevene vayo. Ilizwe lakiwa ngabanikazi balo. The Minister of Defense, Honorable Opa Chamo Jipange Muchinguri Kashiri, the Deputy Minister of Defense, Brigadier General Retired Levi Maihlome, the Secretary for Defense, Comrade Aaron Daniel Tonde Nepera, Commander Zimbabwe Defense Forces, General Philip Valerio Sibanda, Service Commanders, General and Air Officers, Chief Director, Directors, Senior Officers, Officers, men and women of the Zimbabwe Defense Forces and staff of the Ministry of Defense, congratulate His Excellency, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Zimbabwe Defense Forces, Comrade Dr. E.D. Mnangagwa, following the successful hosting of the 44th SADC Heads of State and Government Summit in Harare that culminated in him assuming chairmanship of the Southern Africa Development Community, SADC. This esteemed position is not only a testament to your exemplary leadership, but also recognition of your unwavering commitment to fostering regional cooperation and development. As Your Excellency assumes this important role, we We are confident that your leadership will help foster greater cooperation, industrialization, and economic growth, not only for SADC member states, but the African continent at large. The Ministry of Defense stands resolute in support of Your Excellency's leadership and initiatives aimed at enhancing regional security and cooperation. We commit to continue collaborating with fellow SADC member states in promoting regional peace and security, safeguard our sovereignty and territorial integrity, and ultimately ensure the safety of citizens. Your Excellency, may the Almighty grant you good health and greater wisdom as you steer the development agenda of the region. Your leadership will undoubtedly propel the region towards a brighter and prosperous future. Once again, congratulations, Your Excellency. The Ministry of Defense, guaranteeing a conducive environment for the attainment of Vision 2030.
The Minister of Industry and Commerce, Honorable N.M. Love, Deputy Minister Honorable R.I. Modi, Permanent Secretary Dr. T.U. Wushe, Chief Directors, Directors, and the entire Ministry staff heartily congratulates the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, His Excellency Dr. E.D. Mnangagwa, on assuming the SADC chairmanship. The Ministry is confident that your vision of an inclusive and sustainable industrialized Southern Africa has been awarded a launchpad to propel the region into a formidable industrialized hub for Africa and beyond. Under your exceptional leadership, the SADC Industrialization Strategy and Roadmap 2015 to 2063 will continue to guide the region's efforts towards innovation, value chains development, and structural transformation within SADC and the continent at large. As you aspire to leave no one and no place behind in your new portfolio, the Southern African region will never be the same again. Rallying behind your vision, we will realize the Southern Africa we want, brick by brick, stone upon stone. Congratulations, Makorokoto Amhlope, our SADC chairman, the Ministry of Industry and Commerce, moving the economy up the value chains and structural transformation.
NASA congratulates His Excellency, the President, Dr. Emmerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa, on taking over as chairman of the Southern Africa Development Community, SADC. We are confident you will extend your astute leadership to SADC as you lead the charge in promoting innovation to unlock opportunities for sustainable economic growth and development towards industrialized SADC. Congratulations, Makorokoto Amhlope. NASA, a lifelong promise.
Solidarity messages, of course, being given for the 44th SADC Summit, with the heads of state having fully arrived in the nation. But more importantly, the official handover to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, President E.D. Mnangagwa. And it was interesting to note that the executive director of ceremonies there, former Minister of Information, of ICT, Postal and Courier Services, and also Member of Parliament for Nyanga South, and also former ZBC reporter, Honorable Super Collins, highlighting there, of course, that the proceedings have taken place and a lot of excitement happening right now as people are preparing for lunch.
Uqhube kuhle umsebenzi wakhe, and sithi amhlophe umgcini sihlalo omutsha uDr. Emmerson Mnangagwa othe ilizwe lakhiwa ngabanikazi balo.
Yeah. And also sharing that, of course, I'm sure from some of the messages that we did note from there, we can expect after the deliberations to then have the final address from His Excellency, and also to the team in Mount Hampton who will be giving us those updates.
Liqiniso Farai. Owakhathesi sithi lingayikhatshana kodwa libe liblokhe libukela ezinye inhlelo okwenzakala phela eMount Hampton.
We do implore you to also follow us on our social media platforms at ZBC News Online. We'll be broadcasting, of course, all the proceedings up until later on at the end of the day. Send us your questions, comments, and your contributions. That's it for now. We'll be right back with more live updates of the 44th SADC Summit happening at Mount Hampton.
Go.
This program was brought to you by Kurima Center, Kurima Kunemari, your one-stop shop for all your agricultural inputs. Kurima Center, Kurima Kunemari, Ugulima Gulemali.